And as this is a very special event, we are all over the world on the internet. So hello internet, everybody say hello internet. Hello internet, I hope you can see us and hear us. Please add comments, add questions on YouTube. We'll try and react to them later. I said it's a special event, so we have a very special first guest. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, this is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania. Applause, please.
So I'm going to read it. So first of all, dear fellows, I'm proud to be opening the first ever summit here in Lithuania and grateful for the chance to thank you for your very important work, especially for all the money you helped raise for the defense of Ukraine. You're funny, but you're not a joke. Your community is an example of how creative and resourceful people are free to associate and express themselves in a democracy. And that is the strength of our system. I don't think it is a coincidence that the side which will win this war is the side that makes the best memes. Creativity is also useful on the battlefield, and we have more of it. NAFO also proves the importance of civic society and the power of humor. And we see that these things only flourish in democracies. Despite spending millions on huge propaganda networks, the authoritarian Russian government still hasn't produced any funny jokes. And their messages their messages are easily debunked and ridiculed. But most importantly, I'm here with you today because Ukraine's supply chain of weapons needed to end this nightmare depends ultimately on public support. And public support is exactly what you fellas generate so effectively. So I thank you again, and I wish you all seriously hilarious afternoon. Thank you.
Mr. Foreign Minister, on behalf of fellas everywhere, I've got a little something for you here. Go ahead and open it up. Take a look. I think you'll appreciate it. And I know you were Star Wars fan, so I think that worked out pretty good, huh? Yeah. We thank you, sir.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. And we are fundraising, of course. And the two main funds we're raising money for are United 24, of course. And in Lithuania, we have a fund, Blue Yellow, which has been doing amazing work for many, many years. So to talk about Blue Yellow and to wish you all a good time, here is the founder of Blue Yellow, Jonas Oman.
Yes, I wanted to thank you for a good job. So, yes, here we are in Vilnius, summer coming up, everything is serious. We have an enemy talking about total infinite war, no jokes. Obviously, we've got to counter that. And there are so many means, so many types of equipment, so many types of tactics, and so many types of mindset that we're going to use against this total infinite enemy. So while myself being more of a, shall we say, more hardcore type of person, I guess, I definitely appreciate a laugh, I appreciate a meme. And obviously I'm looking forward from your end, because you are the guys who make this run from the funny side. I'm looking forward to a total infinite laugh. And that's your task. I want to say that we're in for a hard ride, tough ride. We all can see that, I guess. This is not going to end anytime soon. It's not easy. And obviously, yes, Ukraine will eventually be a de jure not member of NATO. They already are de facto, but NATO doesn't want to admit that. Well, that's their problem. And our end, those of you who already have supported us, know who we are. Those of you who are not from Lithuania, take the opportunity to look us up, because we are kicking some Russian balls as we speak. And for those of you who will be around here for the forthcoming days, we just delivered really truckload of flags, because obviously we're going to paint Vilnius blue and yellow for these days for obvious reasons, to tell these guys who is who and what is what and what we think and what we know. I wish you all a great session, getting to know more people. I hang around for a moment. I have a couple of flags here, and of course, taking the opportunity of being on stage, I'm going to do this cool rock star thing. I'm going to hand some of these out to you in the audience. And yo. And the last one. I got a few more in my bag. Approach me, please. And all let's stay together. Lastly, but not the least, I want to teach you the latest add-on to the Ukrainian. There's the Slava Ukraini. The Ukrainians, being very smart and vicious people when it comes to Russia, have a new add-on to that. So listen to me and follow up. This is like something new coming up here. Slava Ukraini! Героям слава! Слава нації! Мертв ворогам! Україна! Що по русні? Русні пізда! So, learning something new. Take care, guys. Have a nice session, and stay tuned. It ain't over yet. It ain't over till the biggest joke of them all, Putin, is gone. Take a look at our little coffin for donations at the merchandise stand. You will understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
Oh, yes. I told you we are serious, especially about kicking balls. But now we have a surprise. I mean, we're going to have a lot of surprises, but this, to me, was the biggest surprise. There's a video that I would like you all to watch, and I think you're going to enjoy it.
Dear fellas, I'm really sorry not to be able to be there with you in person for the first ever NAFO summit in Vilnius. But I will be following in your footsteps in a few days when NATO leaders meet. As a proud honorary fella, I want to send my greetings to you, and I wish you the most based NAFO summit possible. As I've said before, the aggressor must be defeated on the battlefield, but Russia is also waging a war against our democracies, an energy war, a cyber war, and information war. Democracies need to take steps to defend themselves in all these areas, as well as holding the line to defend a world where rules still apply and where technology works for, not against, democratic societies. You are all a living example of this, fighting Russian disinformation and bad takes with good humor, intelligence, and enthusiasm. Behind every fellow is a real person. You are volunteering your time and energy because you believe in Ukraine's victory. I thank you for all your support to Ukraine, as well as the Baltic Sea region and Estonia. And thank you for all your support to me personally. It really, really warms my heart. So what more to say than keep fighting the good fight, because NAFO expansion is non-negotiable and Ukraine will win. Dear fellow,
Okay, now the event is very official. We're going to introduce to you one of the first people to ever meme the meme. I'm going to introduce him, and then you will meet him, and 2 others who were among the first to meme the meme. So I'm not going to give away the surprises yet, but please, first of all, Pete, to the stage, please. Yeah. Can we get Pete a microphone? Is that a good idea?
That's probably not a great idea.
Oh, no. Okay, I'll give you mine. Here you go, Pete. Say hello.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Everybody, you guys can be louder than that. Come on now. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
So, okay, we're going to have a chat with the founders of NAFO to find out more. I'm very interested to hear. I think, first of all, here we go. Pete has a microphone. If you'd like to take a seat on the sofa, Pete, make yourself comfortable next to the watermelon.
I think that's a great idea. Why don't you go ahead and have a seat on the other side there, Mark?
And to conduct the interview of Mr. Pete, we have a Lithuanian who was also among the first fellas to meme the meme. His name is Šarūnas, and he's coming on stage right now.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, buddy. It's good to put you in person, so it's good to
well,
be here with you.
you don't look like a dog.
Well, no, neither do you. But, you know, I've seen you as a dog for quite some time at this point, so.
Well, I don't know who forged me. I think it was Kama.
I'm pretty sure it was Camille, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I'm pretty sure it was that guy.
Well, what do we want to tell the internet and these 7 people that are sitting in the audience?
7 people, he says. I don't know, I think I see like 100, 120 of you guys in here.
1,000?
Yeah, maybe thousands. I don't know how many people are watching from home, but quite a few, I suspect.
But Pete, I think we're supposed to sit down.
I mean, we could.
Yeah.
That works.
Pet the shark.
I think I'll pet the shark. He's a good shark.
Good buddy, good buddy.
Yes.
So Pete, tell us, how on earth does a middle-aged man end up posting completely brain-damaged stuff on Twitter under a brain-damaged dog avatar?
Well, so I mean, we can go back and, because I think everything's funny and I think everything is absurd. So that's how I got into it, right? If we look at life is humorous, right? Everything, there's tragedy, but you know, we try to find the humor in things, and that's kind of how I got into it. I got to memeing with Kama, and I said to him one day, I said, hey, if you need help making these brain-damaged dogs, just let me know. And then he had me hit me up, and he was like, hey, can you make this one? And then can you make this one? And then can you make, oh crap, we've made like 500 more of them. And then, so what wound up happening was we brought together a number of people to help us so that we could actually sleep, because it was getting to that point where there was just entirely too many people, or too much work for just 2 or 3 of us that were doing it at that point. But to date, we've made something like almost 30,000 individual fellow avatars, and then there's
Whoop, whoop!
I think there's 109,000 of you guys that follow us on the official Twitter account. So, you know, it's a lot, and we're glad you guys are here. We're glad to see you here in Vilnius with us.
All right. Well, I don't think you expected this when you started making. I mean, who could have thought that a Shiba Inu of all species would turn out to be one of the most effective tools to, first of all, raise money for Ukraine, to defend herself, and combat Russian disinformation. At what point do you think this sort of cascaded beyond your control?
Sometime in about mid-June last year, it was just, you know, early May, it was people involved in military Twitter, conflict Twitter, were, oh yeah, we're going to put these dogs on, and you know, they're very simple. Like, you know, we're throwing just copy and paste, like camouflage jobs on, and then unfortunately one of our guys decided that he was going to be an artist and like start making really good ones, and it's like, crap, I have to learn how to do this. So I would say about mid-June last year is when it really started to take off, and Mr. Reznikov, you know, put it out there, and holy crap, we're getting 110 requests a day. There's no possible way, so we had to build this whole thing, and here we are.
I think we had amazing help from the really brain-damaged people. I mean, Zoka and the ambassador. I forget his name. The one you said.
Ulyanov, yes.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
Like,
Nobody likes that guy.
I almost feel sorry for him.
No, you don't. Don't lie.
But I mean, he did pronounce this nonsense, not me.
It's true. He very much did.
I think he was the best ambassador NAFO could have, and we should make him an honorary fellow. What do you think?
Well, I already made him an honorary fellow, so...
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay. What is it? I haven't seen it.
It looks just like him, so...
Okay,
except,
please don't show it to me.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's not him.
No, but
all right.
That's okay. Oh.
But where next? I mean, we're doing the good work. Do we continue doing the good work, or what do we do?
I think that we absolutely continue to do the good work. We continue to raise the funds, because every dollar that every dollar or every euro that gets donated, can either help save a life or end a Russian one, and that's okay. So that's ultimately the goal, right? We have to help the Ukrainians get these people off of their land so that they can continue to live, in a free and happy and healthy democracy. Okay. The disinformation thing, we keep doing that too, because that's, people see that and it is noticed. I think where we go next is just continue to expand, because, as we all know, expansion is non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable, yeah. The minister himself said, the prime minister said.
She said, yes.
So, and she's an official leader of an official NATO member nation, so that got to count for something.
I have to assume that it does. What it counts for, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure it counts for something.
All right. I have a question. There is a Q&A section on YouTube for this live stream. Do we have anything interesting to answer at this point? All right, Mark. Thanks. So, we've covered what air defense doing. We've covered fonts collapsing.
As we all know, none of those guys can actually spell, so.
Yeah, and they call us, brain damaged cartoon dogs.
No, we call ourselves that, let's be honest.
Yeah, but we take that as a badge of honor.
I mean, it's true, yes. I mean, it's not wrong.
It's not wrong, absolutely. No. I mean, I've seen us yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Oh, boy. I see us today.
Very true. I'm sitting here next to an inflatable watermelon and an inflatable shark. And it's quite funny.
Yeah. I'll take this opportunity to just suggest that everyone go and donate to United 24, to Blue Yellow, to the Georgian Legion, of course, our original buddies fighting the good fight, spilling the good blood, and continue to support Ukraine in every way you can. And if you're not yet a fella, dear viewer on YouTube, please consider enlisting today.
Yep, all you have to do, we have an email option on our website or fella requests on Twitter. So you just show us a receipt and we'll take care of you. We'll get you something hooked up pretty nice.
Did you ever feel like you wanted to quit?
Yes and no. I mean, there's been times where it has been absolutely overwhelming. The whole response has been very, very busy. And then it's felt like it's been a very wild ride. But I think at the end of the day, what we do here, just as volunteers and helping all of our, friends, just by simply making dogs, right? Or for instance, my guys, I'm coordinating and helping them figure things out at this point. I can't, because it's important. What we do is important. Yeah. It doesn't seem like it would be, but it is. And like I said, I would say we've raised somewhere between 15 and 20 million to various organizations that we've assisted. It's impossible to even know at this point exactly how much we've raised.
All right. I think one very hard to quantify, but I think a very important aspect of NAFO is that it makes, and it's coming from Ukrainians themselves, that it makes them feel like they're not alone. Because I think that when you're huddling with your family in a bomb shelter, you can start feeling like, you know, I'm just alone against this evil that is exploding around me, you know, it's, you know, I don't want to sound like patting ourselves kind of on the back, but it's their words, not mine, that it really does help feel that you're not alone against this darkness, and that we provide this ray of light and this ray of hope that is especially needed in times like this. And I'm also very happy that somehow the decent people of the world, the civil society of planet Earth, manages to really kill Russian disinformation at its source. It's more or less defeated on Twitter. I mean, they try some of these spasms from time to time, but I mean, they're preaching to their bot armies and to the 14 idiots that follow them, the actual real person idiots, which unfortunately still exist. What would you say were your top 3 moments of being a fella?
Oh, geez.
Your happiest memories of being a brain-damaged cartoon dog?
So there's so many. You know, the first time that we got really recognized was when my friend here, Liv Faust, decided to troll old Ulyanov. That's always a good one. You know, and then every time that we've seen like a prominent Ukrainian or, I mean, anybody really that comes out and shows out, those are always good moments. Perfectly honest with you, probably number 1 though, is when Minister Landsbergis, and I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when he slid into official NAFO's DMs to suggest this whole thing, I'm like, there's no way this guy is messing with us. I guarantee this is not actually happening. Well, then, sure enough, Mark emailed us about 3 days later, and oh yes, this is actually a thing, and this is actually going to happen. So I got to meet several of my really good friends that I've known online, and here we are. It's pretty great.
We have
Mark, yes.
Yeah, excuse me to interrupt, but we do have some serious concerns on the YouTube stream. Several people are complaining that they still haven't got their CIA paycheck, and one person is saying that he hasn't got his security pass to Langley yet. Maybe it's lost in the post or something, Pete?
Yeah, talk to Goblin. Nothing I can do about that. I'm not in HR.
Yeah, and when you try to talk to Camel, try to write him an email in French, if you can.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and I'm struggling to find any serious questions here. Apparently, our community is full of trolls, and they're all...
Well, Mark, if you've got some non-serious questions, I'm happy to answer those too.
No, still no serious questions. Sorry, I'll keep scrolling. Maybe I'll find one.
About those checks, I think they're in the mail.
I don't know.
Camel.
We're supposed to wish General Zaluzhny a happy birthday. It says here.
Oh yeah.
Well, happy birthday!
Happy birthday, General Zaluzhny.
Yep.
Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. I think we're done.
I mean, yeah, we can continue to talk. I mean, I don't know. What would you like to talk about, Sharunas?
We're all so cool and so, able to say many things when we're in front of a TV screen or a computer screen. But suddenly when we need to talk to real people, we're all shy and lost for words.
I found a serious question.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do you like Vilnius?
It is a very lovely city. We will be back. I will bring my family here at some point. But incredible people, incredible hosts. They've treated us with kindness and gratitude, and I'm just blown away by this place.
I have to live here. You don't want me to show you places.
I've actually enjoyed you showing us places, though, Sharunas.
Not those places.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay. By the way, I'm just going to take this opportunity to plug a good friend of NAFO, and his new podcast, which features a whole bunch of friends of NAFO or NAFO OGs, and that is Hotel Havoc. You find it on all platforms, I guess, but I listen on Spotify. And especially the third episode really touched me. I listened to it yesterday, and it was about the role, it was about media narratives about the war. But I think a good half hour was dedicated to NAFO. And Calibre Obscura did a very good job explaining how this global civil society just kind of stood up and, you know, saw that they need to do something and did it. And, you know, it's something no government in the world can actually do. Organic, true, honest, shitposting response to an evil regime. And this is the way.
This is the way. But I would also... I would also plug Havoc. Havoc 6 is a, if you guys have not followed him on Twitter, you probably should.
You should.
He is, without a doubt, one of the best human beings that I've had the pleasure to meet on Twitter. And again, very knowledgeable, and he's had very knowledgeable guests. I've not had a chance to listen to episode 3 yet, but
it's very new.
Yeah, I think you said you listened to it yesterday. I obviously hadn't seen it yet, but I will do that. I don't like podcasts normally, but I definitely enjoy listening to that. And again, guys, give them a listen. It's definitely worth it, especially if they're going to explore what you guys are doing. Because this isn't about me. This isn't about Mina. This isn't about Camille. This is about you guys. Okay, you guys make this work. We can be funny and we can do all of this, but without this broader community, none of this actually happens. None of the money gets raised. None of this disinformation gets fought. But you guys, as a whole, have stepped up, filled this gap that existed for whatever reason, and here you are. And I'm really proud to see every one of you here. I'm really proud of all of you guys online, and I'm glad that this is going on. So thank you, all of you, okay? We really appreciate you guys.
Yes. We're done.
Everybody.
Thank you. And we salute NAFO. You make it happen. Thanks.
Sharunas, where are you going? I think we have another guest, don't we?
Oh, Jesus. You have to do it again?
Yeah, I mean, I can announce him if you're too busy. Yeah? Okay. This is like an anarchic organization, so I can't actually order him to do anything. Please, Sharunas, if you would be so kind, I would like you to now interview certain Mr. Camille. Please to the stage.
Where's your cigarette, man? Yeah, that's Camille. You have a cigarette?
Of course, always.
All right. Shall we conduct the interview in no, I quit smoking. Sorry. Shall we conduct the interview in French?
Parlez-vous français?
No.
Neither do I, Paul. Neither do I.
Shall we talk about football?
I mean, the season's over, so we might as well skip it.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Like this? All right.
Yes.
So, like, the season's over, so we might as well skip it, right?
Yeah.
But this is for the Spaniard out there. Mbappe to Real Madrid confirmed. Don't get a heart attack. He knows what's going on.
This is gonna be like this. Sorry.
You better strap the fuck in, pal. We just started.
Okay. Let's try to keep some sort of semblance of order.
The what?
So
Have you had a look over what happened last year or the last 15 months?
yeah, it's actually 500 days of the war. And we should probably start with, how the hell did you come up with Shiba Inus?
Well, one day I got a parcel, right, from United States, didn't say where it was from. There was a rifle and a stack of papers, right? But everything was crossed out, no idea why. But there were words like a dog, assault. So I thought, two things, right? Either this, or a mass shooting in the dog shelter. But it was Friday, and FIFA was updating in 20 minutes, so I went with this.
This is the best origin story I've ever heard.
I mean, if you don't like that one, it came to me in a dream. But looking at, I sleep three times a week, on a good week, then I doubt that you believe it.
Love it. But what about those CIA checks, man?
The what?
I mean, what about those CIA checks?
Well, first of all, it's pronounced...
Where's mine?
It's pronounced CIA, right? The way NAFO is NAFO, not NAFO. Get that straight.
Okay, let's have a vote on the correct pronunciation.
This is not a democracy, if you haven't noticed, right?
I'm sorry.
Everybody rules themselves.
Sorry, boss.
That's the important thing. It's NAFO, right? But you say however the fuck you want to say it. But if I catch you saying NAFO, we'll see what happens.
Anarchy. Anarchy.
And now you see why this works.
Yeah. This is actually, I mean, this is very cryptic, but this is the essence of NAFO. One starts barking, the others go woof, 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 woof. Can I get a woof? Can I get a woof? Is this the weirdest interview you've ever given?
No. There was this one interview I've done where I've answered every question with a riddle, and they just gave up and went home. So, I mean, it wasn't weird for me, it was weird for them, right? Like, imagine the scene from the Holy Grail, right? But lasting 40 minutes. And the person on the other side getting ever more confused, trying to come up with the answers, to which there were none.
Tell us about the French interview, man. I mean, the world needs to hear it.
So there is this whole thing, right, where like, I just can't be bothered to read things. There's this basic principle, right? 99% of the things you want to say, you can say them in 5 words, right? If you send me an email and it's 15 paragraphs, I'll just reply with something dumb. So we reply with TLDR, as you should have in the first place. So there was this guy who wanted to do an interview, right? And he sent me his questions, was very polite. But I noticed that he was French, so I sent a reply if he speaks French, right? So he went through the effort to translate in every single question again in French. And when I got that, I just replied, sorry, pal, no idea what you just said, don't speak French.
Do you see what we have to deal with on a daily basis? I wonder how we ever manage to get anything done in NAFO.
I mean, it's like this whole thing where, like, if you put 1,000 monkeys, infinite number of monkeys, infinite number of typewriters, right? So instead, it's dogs with mobile phones, right?
Yeah. All right. By the way, shall we play a game like of spot the SVR agent in the audience? Could the gentleman from One Ukrainian Hero Street please raise his hand? I always knew it was you. We'll deal with you later. There's nothing you can do. You've already lost. Camille, do you want to say something to the world? This is your opportunity. This is your 9 minutes of remaining fame.
9 minutes?
Yeah.
It's gonna last as long as I want it to last. So get that straight first. And like, I've got really nothing to say, right? Because I've explained it multiple times, some people still don't get it. It's not about me. I'm as irrelevant as it gets, right? It's about what people and what they can do, or dogs, in that case, right? And it's not about telling people or demanding something from them. It's just giving them a free hand, the free will, which Soviets obviously don't understand to this day, right? And you can see it everywhere, right? It's just verbatim, one-to-one, copied from platform to platform, the same sentences, same points, right? And what I'd like to say is just like to see it continue, and everybody to remember that you do you, Don't listen to anyone. Don't be concerned with anyone. Because I sometimes see on Twitter, right? Oh, this guy said something mean to me. Just fuck him. Like, let him just rot on his own. Just leave him. Or, why we donate to this, not to that? You're free to donate to whatever you like. Like, there are no barriers, there are no demands, there is nothing of the kind. It's just, the reason why we have a list is just we want to minimize waste, right? Because at the end of the day, even if somebody buys supplies with the money, right, that could be wasted. And we've seen that a lot with basic Chinesium, because people want to send, oh, I don't want to send 20 helmets, I want to send 2,000 helmets, right? And it's like, pal, it's fucking plastic for airsoft. What the fuck you doing? And we are, what, 500 days into this, and it still repeats, and you see people, oh, I could buy Cat 7 tourniquets, 10 of them, or I could go to Alibaba and buy 200. Just stop. Like, we can't help everybody, but everybody can help someone, right? So if you buy one tourniquet, which saves a life, or 10 that kill people, you're better off that way.
Hear, 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 hear. I will again use this opportunity because somebody was stupid enough to give me a mic. Please donate to Ukrainian supporting organizations. United 24, Blue Yellow, Georgian Legion, you name it. Frontline Kitchen in the house, yeah! Whoop, whoop! That's two, yes. I mean, as Kamil said, you're free to donate. Just make sure you donate to the right people, okay? There's a bunch of scammers out there. Also, I think NAFO has done a pretty decent job at exposing them.
Well, I managed to stop one personally, because I told him that if I find him, I'll break his legs. Worked pretty well.
You're allowed to drop the mic now.
It's expensive. I can't afford to replace that. I don't get paid.
It's insured.
Where's my check? Oh, since we're here, I know Jens is in town. Jens, you owe us $280 million.
280 million? Yeah.
And I don't accept checks.
No, cash.
Only cash or bank transfers.
Yes.
Because if I take a check from him, I go to a bank and it bounces and he dipped, I'm not taking that chance.
Is Jens already in town?
I don't know.
Well, we can wait for him, right?
Do you have a bat?
Yeah.
Also, I've been promised to be given a gun. Still no gun. I've also been promised, I came here on a simple point that I'll get to meet Willie Nelson. Where's Willie?
Who?
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson. Sorry, we had to lie to get you to come.
Oh, for fuck's sake. If I paid for the ticket, I'd ask for a refund, but next time, Willie better be here. He doesn't have long
if he
left.
survives.
I mean, he won't leave us. He's like a roach, right?
So Keith Richards and...
I mean, is Keith Richards really alive, or do they just prop him up on stage?
I don't know.
Because he doesn't look very alive to me.
We should make a Keith Richards fella. I think there was a Keith Richards fella.
Probably 20.
Jeez, Mark, any serious questions?
I'm looking, I'm scrolling. There is a serious question that starts with the words serious question, so that I would know it's a serious question. And it's very basic. How do you describe this organization, which is pronounced NAFO? How do you describe that to someone who's never heard anything at all?
I don't. I just send them a link. I don't have time for that.
Which link?
The one for the website, I think. I don't know. Never read the website, so don't quote me on that. Like, the reason why we keep Goblin on board, Goblin's purpose is to read stuff and then relay stuff to me. Like 2 weeks ago, she sent me this massive email from someone. I'm like, what the fuck is that about? I read it. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna read it. You read it, you tell me. You read it already. So like, I don't read stuff like that. There's just no time, right? I wish there was, but there's not. But if I had to describe it, right? I probably wouldn't get to see tomorrow, if you know what I mean.
That's deep, man.
You're scaring me.
I can answer that as well. I was picking up some...
Done. So, we're going to take over now. Who would like to ask a question in the audience?
Yeah. Go
ahead. This shit show by organized or enemy is going to go probably on for some time. Yeah, we're going to continue supporting Ukraine. Online and with funds and with perps. But I don't know where's the next summit going to be, the NATO summit. But hopefully we're going to have the beach party in Crimea. But alternative scenario would, if Zaluzhny would invite NAFO or Zelensky, would be, or you accept the invitation to Kyiv?
I would, but I don't think I'm worthy enough.
I'd just like to go back to this whole thing, to this finishing in Ukraine, right? Even if they pull out and stop the war that they're waging, there won't be peace, in Europe at least, until there is nothing left but a crater, right? Make of that what you will. Because like, the thing with Russia, right? They find someone, oh, we're struggling with them, we'll dip, like they did from Afghanistan. But you know what's going to be pretty easy to take over? Chechnya. So now, even if they pull out of Ukraine, they're going to just have a look on the map. You know that Azerbaijan joined? That shouldn't be too hard. So it's like, many people talk, oh, when the war stops. That's just going to be a temporary stop, like it was in Georgia in 2008. So it's like, you either stop it once and for all, or just continue. So once again, Davy Crockett's for Ukraine. Look,
Minutemen.
They got those quadrocopters now. We can probably carry a Davy Crockett.
Well, 4 of them probably can, yes. Can someone do a quick Google how much Davy Crockett weighs?
It's a WZ-58 warhead, I think.
Okay, no, it will take a bigger drone. We're going to need a bigger drone.
So, if we're looking for a new fundraiser, that's the one?
Yep. So, hashtag Davy Crockett's for Ukraine. Make it happen, people.
Or, if not Davy Crockett's for Ukraine, assault rifles for Dagestan. I mean, we might as well try. I mean, like, if I had to pick someone between the two of them, I'll go with Dagestan. Because
You're not wrong.
They showed some resilience, right? They didn't just get drafted. So if they get 10 cases,
there's potential.
A couple of hand grenades, couple of AKs, a Belsan school, perhaps.
Good talk.
Do you think I'll get deported?
From here?
Yeah.
Vilnius, to polskie miasto.
Well, he shouldn't have said that.
How can you get deported from here? All right. You can get deported to here.
To be honest, I'll try my best.
Okay. One more question from the audience, and we call it. There's someone raising a hand there. Mark, over there. Oh, someone's had a beer.
Hey everyone. 2 questions actually.
Yeah, that will be 20 euros for Blue Yellow and 20 euros for United 24. Thanks.
No problem.
We only accept American dollars, so correct that.
No, we accept euros. Don't listen to him.
No,
he doesn't know currencies. Like, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Do you know how the Canadian-Ukrainian volunteer mission is going? And second question is, could you just name a few ways to spot a scammer on Twitter? I'm sure everyone here knows, but maybe you could name a few.
Well,
Thank you.
The best way to stop a scammer is a 308 from approximately 500 meters away, right?
Mic drop.
And for you mean the Canadian-Ukrainian volunteer, right? Abu al-Kanadi al-Ukraini, that one. Last time I checked, he rode his bicycle into an ammo dump with a hand grenade in his teeth, so I don't think we'll hear from him again.
There was a question? Where? Oh, there's a question. Sorry.
This was first. You were first. Yeah, you were first. I saw you. You can't hide.
Thank you. Anyway, so many of you might know the term vatnik, but there's also those peaceniks. And have you actually noticed a subtle or not so subtle increase in those people who just say, oh, less Ukrainians will die if the war just ends right now, just abruptly? I mean, do you have to deal with those people quite often? Have you seen an influx in their numbers?
So the reason why it's happening is increasing because it's all the propaganda is trying to cut their losses, right? So they went from Russia's going to win the war to perhaps maybe there should be a peace agreement. So if anything, it gives us an indication that the war is not going great for him and it's probably coming to an end. Not soon, of course not soon, because it's going to take time. But the increase is from them basically trying to cut their losses or salvage some of their, I wouldn't say dignity because they don't have any of that. But
Here.
going to the Vatnik thing, Michael Weiss recently posted a tweet about somebody called Vatnik, and I just couldn't fucking believe it.
The what?
There is a guy called Vatnik. I was like, that cannot be a real fucking name, can it? I looked at it 10 times. B-A-L, Vatnik, and I'm like, that's not real.
What is it?
It's some guy's name, I don't know. I don't pay attention.
Very
but
unfortunate name.
Speaking of Michael Weiss, like on Twitter, you often see people who specialize in X, Y, or Z, or Telegram retards, as I call them. If you ever need to ask a question or get some appropriate information from someone, Michael Weiss is probably like one of the few people that I could sign for. Michael Weiss, John Saifa, Oscar Terji, the journalist. May Allah forgive me for saying that word. But like, before I go, because like I said, I'm going to talk for as long as I want to talk.
Yeah,
but before I go,
I've already resigned to the idea.
I've seen an increase of the Telegram specialists on Twitter recently, where it's like their whole thing is like they just rip videos from Telegram, change a caption and go, oh, 49th Mechanized Brigade doing this and that. Please remember, those people are grossly incompetent. They just chase clout through the vector of the war. And they know fuck all about nothing, mostly. So watch out for those characters. But I have to admit, right, looking at the amount of effort that I put in and everybody else in here or at home puts in, we all should have been Telegram bandits. Because fuck me, is that easy clout. You wake up, go on Telegram, grab a video, post it, somebody says, oh, it's from 2018 conflict somewhere, and you just say, no, it's not. I got it from my secret, a member of the super secret Ukrainian brigade. I'm like, all right, pal, you don't know anybody. So yeah, massive shout out to Telegram bandits.
Very good point.
Sharuna, you know, there's a very interesting piece of news. We're not actually running late, so we have plenty of time, and if there's any more questions for Camille, then we'll definitely take them.
That guy.
Hi, everyone. So NAFO has been very efficient in creating the network through the rule see a fella, follow a fella, and I think that's been key. We've been effective in donating, which is in the background of the screen. Oh. And what I'm trying to understand, like in terms of information warfare, how effective have we been outside of the NAFO circle? Because you know, we tweet things, we like each other's tweets and so on, and we are in this kind of a network. But maybe you have some stories how our message of either Ukraine, support of Ukraine, or you know, mocking of Russia has spread more widely, and what was the most memorable moments in this sense?
I mean, like, what many people don't realize, right? Just because you're a brain-damaged dog doesn't mean that you don't have any credibility, right? And, I mean, I may not have any, right?
Let them have their applause.
No, I'm not having any of that. So if you ever look at articles, right, and you can easily cross-reference a brain-damaged dog to Telegraph or The Guardian or Washington Post, right, and you can see that it clearly has an impact, right, because the walrus from Austria, Ulyanov, right, he thieves every single day, because you know he reads all the tweets, right? You know it gets to him and it gets to other people, and I can put $50 on the fact that he had to have a FSB training on how to conduct himself online, because there was an incident where he went on a unscheduled holiday for a week, which was in a 1-by-1 room with an open window. But yeah, like, don't degrade yourself thinking that you're a brain-damaged dog and you mean nothing. You mean a lot to a lot of people, especially in Ukraine, or when you look at any of the videos of the soldiers who get the gear right. It's like, I don't personally like it, because it's like asking a circus monkey to dance for a banana, right? I'm not a big fan of those videos, because there are people like endangering themselves to make a video, right? But you just have to know that many people appreciate you and what you do. So never forget that, especially me.
I have a quick comment. You know, I was making a presentation. My day job involves doing a lot of presentations. PowerPoint is my frenemy, and yeah, grown. And I found that very good comparison of this bunch of anarchists online, like a very unruly mob of people from all walks of life, has had a much better effect on combating disinformation and just mocking really stupid and easily debunked narratives from the Russian machine of lies. And it got compared to a meme produced by US Cyber Command, which involved, I guess, like a dozen bureaucrats workshopping it for a week, and the end result was garbage. So, more power to NAFO, I say. Mark, there's a question?
I mean, you need to realize that 10 people on Twitter saying that they're leaving doesn't really make any impact. At the end of the day, Twitter has a massive user base, right? A user base that others will fight for. But saying that Twitter is dying is just being incredibly positive or negative, depending how you look at it. But personally, I don't plan anything more than 15 seconds ahead, as you probably guessed. So we'll see what happens. We cross that bridge when it comes to it. Or, as Stan Rogers said it, we take it from day to day. That's my music reference for the day.
Okay. Oh, there's more than one question. Marek.
Labas.
Klausimas.
Klausimas, raise your hand.
Žmonės turi klausimų.
Okay, I'm going. Someone online says this microphone's not working. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear this microphone? You can hear it here. Here's the question.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm not used to public speaking. I'm just a Dutch guy, everybody. But I have two questions. What do you guys think about over the, it feels like 10 years, how do you guys feel about all the support groups that spontaneously popped up online and in real life? From the Fella movement and NAFO in general. We talk about groups that drive physically cars to Ukraine and bring equipment, even individual fellas do that. And online groups that help people through dark times, and of course Ukrainians in the first place. How do you think of that?
Well, I think it's time to consolidate, because with the Wagner now being gone and Eric Prince doing fuck knows what, we can capitalize on the gap in the market and create our own PMC. We've got enough people to do it.
Dagestanis.
I know we got Marines, Army, we got pilots, easy. Right. So like, if Jens wants to pay us the 280 million in aircraft, then I'll take it. I value an F-16 at $100,000, just in case, so you know.
So do the math, like, yeah, that's a bunch of F-16s.
I don't know, I've never been good at math.
But
Algebra saved my life.
Since when does Jens owe us 280 million?
Since I said so.
Yeah, but when was that? I mean, we need to account for interest.
What was the time on that?
Okay, so now it's 300 million. Yeah, Jens, if you hear us, it's going to be 320 tomorrow, so, you know, you better cough up the lolly.
And there is 20% APR calculated at the end of every month.
Yes.
And are there any questions specifically for me? Because if not, I'll have Ethan answer all the other ones. But we have a question right there. Mark, wake up, this way. Put your phone in your pocket, it's not the time.
No. Can we turn the microphone on, the one in the audience, please?
Hello. Okay. Hello, okay, that's better. Hi, yeah, Camille, I have a question to you. So the Russian Lie Factory organized a campaign of hate and lies against you over the past year once. So you had to close your account for a while and a bunch of things happened. And I'm just wondering, now that some time has gone by, looking back at that, do you feel there's anything worth sharing with us about that? Can we learn anything from it?
So, as you probably noticed, I've learned a lot from that, right? But it's like, what happened was abhorrent, shouldn't have happened, right? But the people who use it as ammunition, which happened at the very start, I've got a tweet sent from someone who had a very specific Twitter profile picture, which was Himmler, right? And he was trying to lecture me. And of course, like I said, I apologize for the prophecy numerous times. And at the end of the day, if you want to hound someone for it, you're going to have to go hound people like Sarah Silverman for being racist, right? You're going to have to go hound Mel Brooks for being anti-Semitic because he wore the uniform, right? And the difference is I reposted like stuff that's absolutely abhorrent, right? I didn't say that personally. I didn't address it to anyone specifically. Personally, I was incredibly disgusted by what Michael Weiss had to endure from one of his ex-colleagues recently, right? I don't know if you've seen it. And I think the point I'm trying to make is that we can all learn from stuff, right? People clearly understand that I don't represent any of it. Like, if you look at NAFO.
NAFO.
I apologize for that. So if you look at NAFO, right, it's probably the most diverse group of people you can ever find. If you come up with an identity or belief, they're a part of it. And that was the whole point from the beginning. Even if you go all the way to the very start, you have everybody. One of the first fellas was Gino Hydra, right? One of probably the best fellas that we have. And he was in the Israeli army, right? If I honestly believed in what people are trying to say I believe in, right? Would I ever make him a fella? Would I ever entertain him as a person? Of course not. So it's like, sure, what happened cannot be taken back, but you can always repay for your mistakes, right? And I think $15 to $20 million in a country with a Jewish president and a large Jewish population, I think speaks for itself. If somebody who honestly believed what people think that I believed, would you honestly think I'd do it? Because like the biggest point that you see with Russians with their propaganda, right? That the president is Jewish, and then they call Ukrainians Nazis. So I was like, can you do the fucking math here, pal? It's either one or the other. You can't have both.
And that's what I mean by easily debunked propaganda.
I've got a solution with the questions. I'll just walk around.
Hey, but you're not going to be streamed, man, in your glorious Adidas kit.
So I'm going to mention a community in a place that, terrible place. A man may come to that place but shall never return. Read it. The community is very popular, a great ally of NAFO.
NAFO.
NAFO. I'm
Let's
gonna
agree
fight
to
till
disagree.
blood. It's called non-credible defense. Most likely have heard it. They have predicted a lot of things that happened during the war. It cannot be scientifically proven. It was never scientifically proven or what happened. So my question is, what do you think? How can they predict so much? What is happening?
I'd like to call it weaponized autism, right? If you do enough calculations, you end up with a system which gives you enough answers to be correct 1 out of 10 times, right? Maybe 5 out of 10 times, right? But about being correct, I'm gonna let Pete tell you something.
I'm gonna tell you right now, man is always correct. I've never seen him miss. It's pretty crazy.
So we have a joke on Discord where I'm called Nostradamus, right? Because I make the prediction, the most abhorrent shit that most of you never even heard of, right? With some NGOs, and it's 10 out of 10. But I'm not gonna go to Reddit with it because it's cringe, you know. Is that enough, or we keep going? Because I think it's time for you.
Very good.
Oh, this is Live Fast, Die Young. That's the person I leached my popularity off of in the early days when I had like 1,000 followers. So, round of applause.
How can we top that?
I don't know. I'm terrible at public speaking. I kind of want to vomit right now, so
Let's
apologies
do it.
to everyone out there.
Let's make it quick then.
Okay. No.
Was there anything we missed?
So I did want to kind of, first of all, I wanted to call out that a sitting head of state said based. I think that is probably the best thing that's happened on this trip so far.
Very cool, very
I got
cool.
to see it last night, and I was about crying laughing.
Yeah. Kaya Kallas, let's get her a round of applause. And Kaya, if you're watching, you're based.
So Kama hit on this already, but I think one of the most powerful things about NAFO is it's not a specific one charity, it's not a specific cause, it's not a specific drive, it's this community of causes. And it's something that's made me very proud has been that it's reacted in different situations. So when the earthquake hit Turkey and Syria is very dear to my heart, it swelled me with pride that NAFO responded to a completely unrelated conflict. It made me sad that NAFO had not existed during previous conflicts, and really made me kind of think through, like, how do we sustain this? And like, you know, like Kama says, it's 15 seconds and no further thought. And like, you can't predict how to sustain this, but it's, I think, something we should be asking ourselves is, when this war ends, because it will, with Ukraine's victory, how do we... How do we keep it going? You know, there will be more conflicts, there will be more disasters. And if you have that much love in your heart for one people, then you should have it for all. I hope that this continues, that the fellas morph into wherever aid is needed. But yeah, I don't know. I can't believe I'm here.
Me neither.
My friend Marissa emailed me and said, do you want to go to Lithuania? And the same deal as what Pete said. I was like, the fuck are you talking about?
There you are.
Yeah.
Well, look, I think very good point about NAFO as such. I think when this war ends with Ukraine's victory and Russia's defeat, more importantly, I think it will become dormant. I predict that it will become much less active because there will be much less impetus for it to exist. Because what happens right now, there's a brutal war going on as we speak. Hundreds of thousands of armed men and women are shooting at each other with
guns big and small. And the Russians are fighting a very dirty war. They're targeting civilians. They're targeting civilian infrastructure. This motivates people to try and respond. I'm just kind of being realistic that there will not be as big of a motivator for it to continue, but it will not go without any sort of lasting effect. It will show that there is power in numbers for decent people to do the good thing. And as a broad template for how to run these things. Because in any future, be it Syria or some other conflict, there will be a clear aggressor and someone that deserves help. And it's a template that can be applied. Okay, but I mean, can you tell us the origin story from your end? Because it was impossible. I mean, it was very, I would say, very dada what Camille did there.
Yeah. So I got banned from Twitter March of last year. That was the whole reason I started a new account. And the war had just started, and that was the reason I got banned. Was I think I called Scott Ritter a pedophile too many times or something.
By the way, Scott Ritter is a convicted pedophile.
Twice convicted.
Twice convicted
Once
pedophile.
jailed.
Once jailed. He is not a military expert. He touches kids.
Yes. I insulted him like too many times, or I was too aggressive in how I did it, so I got banned. And I had like 30,000 followers at that point, so I was like, fuck this. Like, I'm just going to make a shit-posting account. And Ukraine memes for NATO teens sounded like a funny thing. I didn't expect it to blow up at all. But it did. And then I stumbled upon Kama's account, and like I kept seeing the like fella memes, and he was posting them with like just the most ridiculous captions. And I finally just asked him what it was about, and he explained it in the most nonsensical terms ever, in true Kama fashion. And I decided I wanted in, and I liked the I liked the stacking of the plates, the original fundraiser, and in my mind that was all it was going to be. Like, maybe we'll get 50, maybe we'll get 100 plates. I did not think $15+ million later, or a year later at a summit in Vilnius with members of government presiding. So I saw that. I thought it was funny. I donated like $40 or $50, something like that, to the Georgian Legion, and just continued to shitpost. My buddy Matthew, I am the War X, kind of did the same thing at about the same time, and it just took off from there. Like, I honestly don't think I thought it was going to last more than like a month or two.
No, look, I mean, this is it, man. I mean, I was just giving an interview to one of the journalists here, and it's good to get asked questions, then you devise answers, and then you can use them later, because it helps you crystallize what you actually think. Mm-hmm. And he said, so what's about NAFO that so attracted you, yada yada yada? And I said, hey, it's like, if you're a decent human being, you cannot just stand aside when something like this is happening. So you got to do something. And contrary to what all the propaganda shows, I mean, there's more decent people in the world than assholes. And people supporting Russia are, without exception, assholes. Or worse. See you next Tuesday is a phrase I learned yesterday. And this is very simple, actually. You see someone, it's like a Good Samaritan mob that kind of gangs up on assholes, and it's what we do. This is the way, fellas.
This is the way. So I've seen some complaining from there's a broad variety of fellas. There's a very young audience. I'm 37, so I'm not on that younger side, I would say. There's a much older audience, and sometimes the things that people post are a bit cringe. And I've seen people complain about that, and like to Kama's point earlier, who cares? Because the memes are great. I'm glad that NAFO puts out these awesome memes. It's very funny. The countering disinformation, that's important. But the ultimate goal is to give money to Ukraine. And
yes.
If some 50-year-old housewife from Minnesota, or you know, like this grandpa from you know, who knows where, are cringy.
What's the state that did not exist in your high school?
Wyoming.
Wyoming.
My history teacher told us Wyoming didn't exist. And would grade us down if we put it on a geography test.
We need to issue an official apology from NAFO that we do not consider it a fact that Wyoming does not exist. We think Wyoming exists.
But
had to be said.
But like at the end of the day, it's not the memes, it's not the humor, it's the supporting Ukraine. And like if you've got some old lady or some just like terribly cringy dad, like me, that's giving money, like that's the point. The goal is to, as Pete said, unalive Russians and to keep Ukrainians alive. So like, I think sometimes people get a little bit too focused on the memes or the like, you know, this has got to be about countering disinformation. That's a side effect. That's a pleasant side effect. But the end goal is continue to push more money towards Ukraine. Like that's it. That's the only purpose of this. Everything else is secondary.
All right. I agree. But I think maybe, you know, without patting ourselves too much on the back, I hope, I could be wrong, maybe the net effect is zero, that NAFO actually moves the needle in public opinion. And there's nothing American or any Western politicians respond more to than polls. If a poll says that we support Army Ukraine to its fullest and it goes up by 20 percentage points, then all the peacenik GOP or like far left lunatic Democratic wing, this Kennedy dude, like what? What's like? Okay, I will have to ask Americans to explain him to me. What the hell? But I mean, they will start. I mean, they're like sharks. Where's the sharky there? Yeah. They smell blood, and that's polls, and they start responding. You know, last month I said maybe not arm Ukraine, but now I think we should arm them.
Yeah, I don't want to say that it has no impact at all. Like, it absolutely has an impact. I mean, like, I think it was June of last year was when Al Jazeera, Washington Post, New York Times, it was like in a week, like every outlet picked it up. So there's definitely reach, and there's been videos done. We've been interviewed by Polish TV. It's certainly moving the needle. So I don't mean to minimize that at all. And I think that is something that should be paid attention to, is the, so Matthew, I Am the Works, said it best, that if you are finding yourself online arguing with brain-damaged dogs, you've lost already. Like,
amen, brother.
Like what credibility do you have if you, like, like, a sitting ambassador of Russia responded to me. My account literally says Ukraine memes. Like, what are you doing? Like, so they're definitely...
They're not very good, are they?
My memes, definitely not.
I mean, the ambassadors.
So the disinformation, countering disinformation is critical and vital. And we talked on this a little bit last night. I think the reason it works is because Russia has not had to face this before. They had unquestioned supremacy in the information environment. The US takes a long time to formulate responses. It's not reactive enough, which is, you know, what I expect of my government. I don't want them just responding off the cuff. I don't want my government doing what NAFO does. Like,
they will screw it up for sure.
Yeah, they will screw it up, and probably worse. But Russia similarly is not reactive either. So this is the narrative, we're going to stick with this narrative, and NAFO just evolves around it and memes it, and it takes them forever to come up with a new one. They're not adaptive. So countering disinformation it's difficult to encapsulate. like how to do it. But you know, if you can tell someone,
planning 15 seconds ahead, I think this is the way.
Yeah. If you can tell someone, no, your point is stupid, I'm not going to bother researching it, I'm not going to do the homework for you, you're stupid, your point is stupid, and you're correct. Like, there's nothing to, like, what do you do to that? Like, I'm not going to engage with in a debate with you, you're stupid. Like, that's everyone's response to Jeroman and Zoka should be, you're stupid, I'm not going to engage in this. You don't need to refute him.
I mean, anyone with a functioning brain and access to Google can refute them themselves. Mark, any questions from the internet?
There are many people watching, so you can wave to all the people watching, and they are adding several comments and non-serious questions. So I don't have a serious question from them. I think maybe if we have one more from the audience, and then we can all go and have a break. I think that sounds like a good plan.
I'm dying for a beer.
Anyone in the audience want to ask a question, or does 100% of the audience want to go for a beer now? Beer. Okay.
Yeah, that's the movement.
Okay. So then, thanks, Ethan. Thank you, Sharunas.
I'm done, right?
Yeah, I think, Sharunas, you are done. Now you can imbibe. Thank you very much, Ethan. You're also done. Now you can go and vomit. And everybody, round of applause for the guest. Okay, right on time. I'm going to close this first session of the summit. After our break, we're going to have 4 presentations from experts in the field, so there's going to be some interesting information. During the break, we have free Ukrainian borscht to celebrate Stalin's death. So if you would like Stalin's dead, grab a coffee as well, grab anything else you want from the bar. We're going to have a little discussion about fundraising on the stage here, but all of you are now perfectly free to go and have some free soup. So thank you very much. That was the end of part 1. So can we get Frontline Kitchen up to the stage now, please? Frontline, where are you? Come, come, come. Let's get a microphone. Making the way to the front. Frontline Kitchen. Calming, calming. Okay, so Frontline Kitchen, you probably know the name. They're going to present what they do. We're going to find out more about what's going on. I'm going to leave it to the main man to introduce everything that he's got for you. So take it away. Here's a microphone.
Hello. Oh, there we are. Okay, let me chuck this all down on the floor. Now I have 2 microphones. Sergey Maslavoyev, world champion kickboxer, if you'd like to come to the stage. With your wonderful kids. Come on, guys, come up here. You are far too cute to be down there. And Pavel, of course, from BC Wolves. Well, I've somehow suddenly taken over this whole thing. I don't know how.
We're gonna sit.
Let's wing it, as they say. These 2 gentlemen, as well as Ernest, who I would like to come up here. Ernest, come up here. You can take my seat. I'll crouch down in the middle. We should have got some more chairs up here.
Woohoo!
So these amazing gentlemen are from Ukraine. Well, Ernest is from Ukraine. These guys are from Lithuania. And they have been doing aid runs to the very front lines of Ukraine. They were recently just down in Bakhmut the couple of days before it fell, delivering vital aid supplies to our guys. I would like to pass over now to Sergey, who can maybe tell a little bit more about the guys in Bakhmut, how they felt about you turning up to deliver exactly what they needed and what they were begging for down there.
Well, the biggest thing, I think, when you raise some stuff and you're not bringing it and giving it to someone you don't know, and you don't know, who it's gonna help, and you bring it to the people that need it the most, and you see their eyes, the gratitude, and you know the appreciation for the things that you do, and you know that you're doing a right thing. You know that you know that people like care. No, how you say? Sorry, my English isn't so good.
It's brilliant. I love it.
Oh, I need to think a lot, but oh, okay. So the emotions that we get from the guys in the front line, you know, it gives back all the risk and the work that we did, especially when we were in Bakhmut. The rockets just flew over our heads and explode around us. It was, you know, it's like a chaos, living in a chaos. But do you understand one thing, that people over there are just, you know, it's a usual day for them over there. And you can't even imagine how can people like just live over there. Why are they not, you know, running away, moving somewhere, doing something? They just defending their land. They are over there and on the front line. It's just, it's inspiring and amazing. And I'm a, you know, I'm a professional athlete, and I inspire a lot of people.
And a father to 3 beautiful children.
In the
or
world.
4.
I inspire a lot of people, but those people inspire me even more. So you know.
And Pavel, you went down on the same trip when they were going down to Bakhmut, or was it at a separate
Well, actually,
time?
I just have to add only a few words that for us it's only a few days on the front line. But the worst thing that there are... But for guys who are there, it's a life. It's a usual thing, and when we're talking to them, they try to explain for us that they forget what does it mean to afraid of their lives. And and when we came back to Lithuania, it took a few days just to understand that what's going on there. It's only because those guys defend us. So they fight not only for their freedom, they fight and for us too.
Thank you. And some of the what they're saying about the normalcy of it down there on the front. Me and Ernest just got back from Kherson last week, and every 30 seconds, non-stop shells were coming down. And the people whose house we were very kindly staying at in Chornobayevka, they kind of almost laughed at the fact that I moved an inch when the inbound artillery was coming at us and we could hear it whirring through the air. Because they said, you know, it's not really going to help you. And once you've been under Russian occupation for 7 months and you've just had this non-stop barrage of artillery for the past 500 days now, it's pretty strange to I don't know, imagine silence or react to explosions when they come. And the people of Lviv, lovely Luda, the founder of Lviv Volontersky Kuchnia, back 9 years ago. Unfortunately, she, just like the rest of us, 2 days in Lviv, which was meant to be a safe town, had to experience another cruise missile hitting us. The explosion's so loud that it nearly ruptured my eardrums from a kilometer away from the explosion site. The last figure I saw was that 10 people have lost their lives, and 50 people have been injured. And this is the reality. We can't do what you can do here, which is sit at a cafe and look at the sky and not see rockets or explosions or worry about your life. But that is the life of every Ukrainian right now. It's a constant threat from the Russians, and obviously we need to end this as soon as possible. I was going to say, does anyone have any questions? But we're all up on the stage here. I mean, maybe. I can see lots of hands out there. I can see the crowd is packed right now. Does anyone have any questions for the wonderful people that have been driving to the front lines? Yes. Oh, I probably need to give you the microphone that I'm talking into.
Yeah, I'm Kalev from Estonia. Last year, like introduction, I helped to raise 120,000 for drones and then other supplies to the territorial defense forces. We have in Estonia, I think, definitely more than 20 different organizations providing and driving up to the front line and providing substantial support of every kind of equipment. But do you, I mean, and you travel to the front, I haven't had the opportunity to ask them from them. Do you notice that from many countries, like there are Polish, Slovakians, even Hungarians, is it like international field, or is it, I'm sure there are Lithuanians and Latvians and Polish, but are there other nations as well driving to the front line and providing help to the front line in different ways?
It's exactly as you said. It is the Polish, the Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians. They're the majority of the people that we're seeing and that Ernest is alongside when we're driving out to the very front. Yeah, you get a few crazy Americans in there, as always. But apart from that, it's just, just the countries that you listed that obviously care very deeply about Ukraine, are willing to risk their lives. And prior to the invasion, Ernest was in Poland. He didn't have to come back into Ukraine and help the war effort, but every single day for 500 days now, he's been risking his life. Driving the wonderful food that Luda's been making for 9 years now to the front. And driving the drones that you've probably raised the money for to the front too. And yeah. Yes. Tony, did you have anything to say? I see you sat down in the crowd there. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much. I now have a mic and remarkably little to say. I guess going up to the front is probably a bit different from sort of a lot of the volunteers that go out, but it's definitely a very international set of people. So I've been working with Rich and Luda a couple of times out in Lviv there, and I think we've had, I mean, how many nations do you think have been out there?
At any one time we have 11, sorry, that sounds quite small, 11 to 15 or so different nationalities. We would have 20 to 30 international volunteers at Frontline Kitchen. Yeah, just from all around the world, constantly working and supporting Ukraine. But yeah, it is the guys from Poland, from Lithuania, from Estonia that are doing these crazy, dangerous journeys to the front. Every country is coming to volunteer at the kitchen. Yeah, which is amazing to see. So I want to get the lovely Luda up on the stage here, but that means I need Irina, who should be at the back still, with the lovely Ziga. Irina, can I borrow you, by any chance, for your fantastic translation skills? And obviously invite... Ziga can stay there for now then. We'll have a cute dog up on the stage in a moment. So, one of the issues that are faced in Ukraine is the fact that I don't speak any Ukrainian, Ernest doesn't speak any English, and Luda says that she understands everything but doesn't speak much. And yeah, so I now have the wonderful Irina here from Zigaspor, which run a military charity aid in Ukraine. I'll hand it over so you can introduce yourself.
Oh, sure. So I will talk about that later, but yeah, I'm from Zigaspor. You may have heard of it. It's a Ukrainian charity foundation helping military. The dog is there. It's named in her name. You see the original one. So I can help with translation because I speak Ukrainian. And Luda, come over here.
What I would love to do mainly is what every conference should be about, which is giving Ukrainians a voice. And, okay, I will sit down here then. Give Ukrainians a voice. And yeah, I really just want Luda to kind of say what it means, you know, to have this NAFO support since, you know, the invention of Twitter, well, since the founding of Frontline Kitchen. So what does it mean for you to have NAFO in your life?
Отже, відтоді, як почався мати твіттер-аккаунт цього всього кухні цієї, що для вас означає мати цю підтримку людей з всього світу, з твіттеру, що вам дає це розуміння, що є люди навколо світу, які підтримують вас, не тільки там з України.
And all the international volunteers.
І волонтерів, не тільки грошову підтримку, а волонтерів.
О, я дуже щаслива. Щаслива, що в світі є така підтримка, і не тільки...
Just pause for like...
so sorry. So sorry.
So, she says she's really, really happy. You held the ooh sound. And
yes.
Continue.
Не тільки волонтерами і грошима, і волонтерами, тому що це... Я більше навіть щаслива, що люди приїжджають. Гроші також потрібні. Гроші потрібні, бо потрібні багато різних речей. І не тільки нам на кухню, а в першу чергу для хлопців, бо навіть і кухня, і Frontline Kitchen, і Львівська волонтерська кухня, вони працюють в першу чергу на фронт.
So she's very happy to have you all support the kitchen, but what she mentions actually is that the money is not a thing. Like, people coming to volunteer is way more important to feel them, to feel that people have a real deal about it, to come to Ukraine, they are not afraid to visit the kitchen and support. And it's not for the Frontline Kitchen, it's not for the Lviv Volunteer Kitchen, it's all for the armed forces of Ukraine. So all of these things are just for the armed forces.
Чим більше приїде волонтерів до нас у Львів допомагати нам, тим більше людей у світі знають про Україну.
The more volunteers we have coming to Lviv to help us at the kitchen, the more people around the world will get to know about Ukraine in general, not only the kitchen, but what's happening in Ukraine.
Дуже добре, коли люди знайомляться от тет-а-тет, ну, отак. Не добре, коли є реклама, добре, коли люди в інтернеті. Все це дуже добре. Але найкраще – це все-таки живе спілкування.
Okay, so the best thing is when people meet each other in person, tête-à-tête, just as you heard. It's good to have it all on the internet. It's good to have memes and stuff. But the best thing for Luda is to meet people in person and to speak to them and to really feel what they're about.
Це, до речі, дає можливість також розвінчувати різні міфи.
And it gives you the opportunity to break the myths, to ruin the myths. So.
Щодо росіян. Так. Так що ми дуже раді всіх бачити, ми дійсно дуже раді бачити, дуже раді підтримці моральній, фінансовій, дуже. Тому що ми цього потребуємо на даний момент.
So to sum up, we are very happy for your support, for moral support, for financial support, because this is what we really need. Thank you.
And one thing I wanted to tell Luda is that all of the people that were out in the crowd today would have most likely been on that fellow wall. So in the kuchnia, the wall with all of the little dogs that I kept pointing to and showing all of the Ukrainian babusias, saying, hey, like, you know, these little dogs, they're all individual people from all around the planet. Most of these people are actually here today at the summit. So yeah, you can walk around hugging everyone because they love you and they love the kitchen, and they all just want to say thank you so much for the years and years of support. Well, sorry, months and months of support, but yeah, since October last year for being by our side all the time at the kitchen.
До речі, коли Річі от в Твіттері і почав розвивати цю сторінку і почав співпрацювати, ну, я правильно кажу, співпрацювати з НАФО? От це дало можливість нам наростити кількість тої продукції, якою ми наразі забезпечуємо хлопців на лінії фронту. Це супер.
So when Rich got in and started making English Twitter page, and he started collaborating with NAFO or NAFO, who knows? So Lida says it really boosted the amount of different products, the variety of products they started to receive. And she mentions that this is not just that she's happy they now have more products. She mentions it's really, really good that defenders now have a bigger variety of meals to eat made out of those products. So this is really important. Yeah, it's a good collaboration.
And now, just before I pass over to the lovely Arena of Siegerspor to talk about the wonderful work that you guys are obviously doing, I just wanted to get one final thought from the wonderful Ernest here to ask him what he wants the people of NAFO, the people of the world to know about Ukraine, current situation, and yeah, kind of how you can help, what the guys on the front need. If you don't mind translating that.
Okay. Отже, хотіла б почути вашу думку. Що ви б хотіли запитати всіх цих людей з навколо світу, які є тут і які слухають онлайн нас? Що ви хотіли б їм сказати всім? І як ви думаєте, що зараз найважливіше для України? Що б вони мали дати нам?
В першу чергу я дуже вдячний, що нас весь світ підтримує. Це дуже відчутно. Я дуже всім дякую.
First of all, I would like to thank the whole world for supporting us. It really, I feel it. So thank you very much.
На лінії фронту є дуже багато потреб. Це так як від дронів до шин машин, до форми, до їжі. Тобто є потреб дуже багато. Машини, батареї, зарядні станції. Тобто, якщо я буду зараз робити перелік, то десь 20 хвилин мені це треба буде говорити.
There are many different requests from the front line, from the cars and tires to drones and power stations and batteries. So really a lot of them. And if I start listing all of them, it will take like 20 minutes. So I won't do it.
Obviously, Arena already knows about all this stuff because this is the stuff that they are raising the money for, raising the funds for every day, if that's correct.
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
We'll get out of here.
Thank you so much.
Дуже дякую, everyone. And,
Yeah, and I just want to say one more time thank you to NAFO to the people that are helping to make peace in the world. Thank you for all your effort and for everything that you do. Thank you very much.
I do have to confess, I was telling Sergey about the conference, and he said, NATO? Oh yeah, I'll be there. I'll come along. And I then had to explain NAFO after that point, but we will make him a fella, and he will be an honorary member, and that will be the strongest fella so far, you know, being the world-class kickboxing champion. So, okay, Arena, hello. Shall I go get your wonderful pup whilst I leave you up on the stage?
I would like to bring Digga on the stage, sir.
Okay. Go, go, go. Also, once again, how did I end up on the stage? But, yeah, well, that's fine. I'm happy with it. I am parched, though. When you said going for a beer, I was wondering where mine was. Oh, stop it. This man is a hero. How about that? I mean, I thought it was a gin tonic, but it's not. Oh, Ziga's coming up. I'm so excited. Okay, so everyone on the live stream, NAFO live stream, you are about to go, aww, collectively, whilst the kids play with the dog. So cute. Oh, can Ziga get upstairs? Yeah, look at that, of course. Okay, now to find someone to tie the dog up.
All right, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Hello.
Cool. Hello. Ziga, say hi.
Ziga, speak. Ruff.
I guess she needs donations to say hi.
Oh,
so
there we are, onto a strong start.
if anybody wants to donate, I'll give her the command in Ukrainian and she can say hi.
Oh, so we're going to have to check the live stream.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can see live donations there, but...
all right, so you'll... okay.
I'll look after it.
Here. Okay, so I think I have around like 10 minutes to speak. First, I thought that it's like a serious conference, you know, 150 people coming to Vilnius from all around the world, from the USA, from the UK. from Europe. So I was like, okay, let's make a presentation. So I actually have slides, but I first made it and then asked if there will be an opportunity to share them. So it's actually not the format, unfortunately, but at least I have something to tweet. I will post a link on Twitter, and you can see the slides, whatever.
That is very prepared. I had nothing, so I'm impressed.
I used to work as an analyst, so I did presentations like every week. So, okay, so my name is Irina, Ira in Ukrainian, or IPA, as you may have seen on Twitter. Yep, now what I'm doing is working at a charity fund, Dziga's Paw. Dziga is this dog, and the name of the fund is just named after her little paw who helps us every day. And what we do is we help Ukrainian military, and we fundraise from private donors all around the world, private donors like you. NAFO is a huge part of it. So I just wanted to use this opportunity, yes, again, to thank you all for donating. I think so far we've reached like definitely more than $1 million in donations, and it was done in less than a year because the fund was officially registered like 17th of July last year. We are all just volunteers, just people like you but we are from Ukraine, so it's very touchy for us to have this happening to our country, our friends, our neighbors. So that's what we do on a daily basis. We just transform donations into drones, other technical equipment, power stations, and then bring it to the front lines. This is pretty much it. I had some nice statistics about like how many of you donated and from which countries. I remember there are like 55 countries who supported us, which is huge. I'm asking for a round of applause on it.
I didn't even know there were 55 countries, so I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I can list them all.
Yeah. So it was 55 and I counted like.
And what was the smallest country? Do you know? Not smallest by donations, but physical size.
Oh no, I don't know. I remember just the top 5 by donations.
Okay.
So not sure if I'm going to list it. Okay, and also like I have some nice stuff here for this summit. Maybe I'll show it like also later when more people come, but we have a very special, thing, I forgot it. Okay, there I have a very special painting which features the fella of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, just painted by hand by a Ukrainian painter from Ternopil. And my suggestion will be that everyone who is here will sign it. Maybe if you want to sign, thank you. Here it is, thanks. So here it is. It's like covered in some plastic just to preserve it. It says NAFO Summit in Vilnius. So we can all sign it to mark this Remember Day of today. And then to sign it, because it features Dziga's Paw, you can donate any amount to Dziga's Paw. It could be $1, it could be $5. And then you will leave a sign here. And then we will give it to the organizers to keep for the next summit or to keep at the NAFO main office, headquarters, whatever.
That is so cool. I love that idea, and I'm very jealous I didn't think it up.
So that the Reznikov fella defends not only Ukraine, but also the NAFO community. It will be kind of a gift from Ukraine. All right. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know. And if you want to still see the slides, I can share them on Twitter. Or if you want Dziga to do a little performance, like she knows a bunch of stuff, like giving her paw, giving a high five, giving a high 10, you can ask me and I'll ask her to show it.
No,
you need some treats. You need some treats to do that.
Oh, okay. Smart dog, you know. I love the scarf, by the way. Was that handmade in Ukraine? The scarf, the handkerchief thingy. I bet you viewership's just spiked as the dog came on the stage. Everyone loves Dziga.
Anyone, any questions or any suggestion for Dziga to lay down or to give a high 10?
Douglas? Douglas, come on.
All right, so later you will have to show me a proof of your donation to her charity fund, but now I'm doing a high 10.
Smaller dads. Nice. Ziggy can do maths higher than mine, but I am a brain-damaged dog, so. We are.
Right, if there are no more suggestions or questions, I guess this is it. Thank you all.
This is where I let the organizer take back over, and if I say it loudly enough on the mic, he has to. You wonderful man, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your work. Thank you so much for all your work, and thank you for coming to Tallis. I've also been working hard, but I haven't raised $1 million, so this is very impressive, and thank you very much for your work.
Oh, we haven't raised $1 million either, just them.
Oh, just them. They're the stars. Yeah.
It's not us, like it's all of you, so like you don't have to thank me or Dziga or Dimgro, it's like you have to thank the audience, really.
Okay, so Dzigaspor, look it up, send some money. Also, you can go straight to the NAFO homepage, which is nafo-ofan.org. And there you can find all the links, including the links to Dzigaspor and to Frontline Kitchen. Send them lots of money each. So I'll say thank you very much, and then I'll try and fill the next 8 minutes until the end of the break. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Bye.
Okay, so now's the time for, we have 10 minutes until Jessica Berlin is going to have an interview with our amazing host, Umberto. After Jessica, let's check the lineup. We are organized enough to have a lineup. So after Jessica, we're going to have Eglė Murauskaitė, who is a Lithuanian researcher, and she knows a lot about how America has been helping in the info war against Russia. Then we're going to have Pekka Kellioniemi, and he is the guy that does all of the Vatnik soup posts on Twitter, so you can learn about all the different Vatniks if you go and check out Pekka. He's going to tell us about how he exposes those people that are doing dodgy business deals so we can all go and hassle them online. And at the end, we have Benjamin Tallis. He's going to be at 6 o'clock, and he's going to make a presentation. And I expect it's going to be about neo-idealism and about the changing geopolitical and foreign affairs situation. And then we're going to end here. We're going to have a nice dinner. And at 8 o'clock, we're going to start the Crimea Beach Party rehearsal, which is going to be in the other room over there, with inflatable flamingos, a surfboard, obviously a shark. What? Did the shark run away, by the way? Oh, Karma kicked the shark. Of course, Karma kicked the shark. I think we should reinstate him to his place. I guess Karma threw this as well, yeah, so, okay. I'll just tidy up here. There's that. Found another microphone. Karma's coming up now. He's going to kick the shark again. There you go. Should I just stand at the side while this performance is performed? Thanks, Karma. That helps get rid of another 20 seconds. So yeah, again, coming up we have got Jessica Berlin in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. So I only have to fill 9 minutes. Karma, can you help me fill some time? Do some more outrageous shit. There you go. Don't break anything, obviously, but Karma has now taken one of the stools away from the stage. By the way, if anybody wants to have more free borscht, that is totally allowed. It seems like there's still some servings left over. If anyone wants to buy some more amazing Vilnius beer, that's still available in the bar, and you can bring it back into here. If anybody loves dancing, as I said, at 8 o'clock, we're going to have the Crimea Beach Party rehearsal in the other room over there. You know, I'm thinking that there must be at least one fella in this room that would like to come up on stage, seeing as we have a little bit of time before the break ends. So if there's a fella in the room that's really desperate to come up on stage and help me out here, then raise your hand, please. Sir, thank you very much. Oh, you don't have to go up. No, that would be too much.
So, what do you need?
Well, we need another 7 minutes of entertaining content before the end of the break in Jessica Berlin's presentation. Davide has a question. What them? We can sort that out. That'll be yeah. Yes, we have a special host who's going to do the interviews coming up. But Karma, did you ask me the question, what do I want to know?
No, I was asking if I can pull this cable.
No, I don't pull, no. But generally, cables you shouldn't pull.
Well, I've got electrocuted like 50 times in my life, so I've never learned that lesson.
In case you didn't hear, Karma just said he's been electrocuted 50 times, which I think...
Probably more than that.
...explains a lot.
Do you want to come down?
I do want to know something. Yesterday night, you were telling me some very interesting stuff about the line that went through Fugazi at some point. But because we were at dinner, I've forgotten that. So please, could you trace that line?
Well, I would trace that line if I got payment from the Rolling Stone, but it's not going to happen, so I'm not tracing it. But basically, like all roads lead to Rome, all roads lead to the replacements. So look them up. Great band. This is like a vanity thing right now, right? But do you want to auction something off?
What do you want to do?
I don't know, at some point, the painting.
Painting? Yeah. You want to sign the painting? You want to auction the painting? I thought we had to sign it and then
50,
auction
50, 55, 60, 65, 60,
I mean, you're
75.
free to hold an auction at any time. I'm not the professional. You seem to know what you're doing. I mean, Karma, please, if you want to auction off the painting. Is this going to be on YouTube? Do I have to check the comments?
I don't know. We can auction anything off. I don't really like this umbrella. We can get rid of it. The shark has to go. I'm not a big fan of the ocean.
I spent
especially the crabs.
Sorry, you don't like crabs, or you do like?
I hate them.
You hate crabs.
Yeah. So I think the solution to many political problems that we have is that we kill all the crabs.
Kill all the...
Because like you can't trust them, right? They're like Russians. They zigzag. They never come straight at you, right? They always like pivot.
They're always sideways. So like we need some crustaceophobia.
We have a question. I'm gonna go.
Oh, we have a question? Hand the mic. Questions are good.
You mentioned you hate crabs. What about lobsters?
Well, lobsters get a pass because they kind of go straight at you. So you don't, like, you know what you expect. But with a crab, it's like a Ronaldinho, right? He just takes a feint and you're gone. And just sea bugs, they have to go. I mean, but it's up to you, right? If you like the sea bugs, more power to you. Not a fan, but many people are. Like Pete, for example.
Okay, we're going to get the audience back in and we're going to start the second part, so hold tight on the live stream. We're going back on in about 3 minutes. Go and get a drink.
And I think it's time for Jessica to get ready. Yeah. Well, is it now, Mark?
Well, Mark is wrangling everybody, so he has conscripted me to kind of keep this thing going.
In 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Between you, me, and Ethan, I think we can manage this. But yeah, we have 3 minutes before Jessica, who is far more fascinating and far more interesting to listen to than my fat ass. So, hopefully you guys will be entertained by us for that very brief period before she comes on. Yeah, go ahead, Ethan. Lead us off, brother.
I have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Here we are.
I'm having a blast here in Vilnius.
Oh, absolutely. It's like I said, the people here are fantastic. They've treated us very kindly and very well, and we're very glad to be here. And I wanted to circle back because we had both Zigaspa and Frontline Kitchen. They have been great partners for us. And if you guys get some chance or get a chance, or you have some extra bucks, throw some money their way. Same with our partners, United 24. Same with those folks, Blue and Yellow. Those are organizations that are doing good things. Not the only ones, but we can all speak to the quality of the work that they're doing. So now I'm not nearly as funny as this guy, so. I'm relying on you here, buddy. Help a brother out here.
I got nothing funny, but I do want to say that, shout out to the people that organized this. They gave us a host yesterday that just toured us around Vilnius.
Yeah.
3 hours of walking around, just looking at, just the gorgeous cityscape here.
Absolutely.
That, as Americans, we don't have this back home almost anywhere. That really. Nowhere do we have
the closest thing I could think of would be like Boston or New York, like the old downtowns.
Yeah.
But that'd be about it.
And even that's not as old as
exactly.
What's here. So it's always impressive and fun when we get to go to a European capital and just see the grandeur and the ancientness.
The ancientness, yes, accurate. Like when we were in the cathedral the other day.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I guess.
Yeah,
it feels like it was the other day, but that's because we both flew in yesterday.
Yeah, we flew in Thursday and didn't sleep until last night, which was an experience.
Yeah, that's a word I'd choose for it.
Also, the food here is amazing. Someone told me before I came that Lithuanian food was bland, and they were fucking lying. The food has been fantastic.
Yep. Yeah, so far as I have noticed, I'd agree with that statement. Everybody's done pretty well, everybody's done pretty well. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to see all of you guys. I'm happy to actually put faces to names in some of your cases. The folks on the stream, just happy you guys are watching, and hopefully I'm not making too big of an asshole of myself. So, good on you. So,
I got nothing, man.
I know you do, and I'm trying. Okay, I am trying here to keep this thing rolling. But
if you're watching now, we're producing filler content.
That is an accurate statement. It's not the greatest filler content in the world either.
I learned achu. I had a couple words last night that I've already forgotten. I do always try and learn the word for thank you. And usually I try and learn the phrase, I don't speak this language, when I go somewhere, but I somehow didn't bother to do that this time. But as soon as I got in the taxi, I was like, how do I say thank you?
We had a pretty exciting moment with that earlier, didn't we? When I was speaking to the gentleman at the place, and he started speaking to me in Lithuanian, and I just looked at him and said, I'm sorry, say again. And the light bulb finally clicked for the poor guy, and he goes, oh, and then he proceeded to ask me the question in English, which thank God he speaks English, because I would have been terribly, terribly in trouble, but
Okay, so that's a good question. That I've been looking for a donor spot. Where should I get donor in? Okay. What was the name? Okay. All right. I can't go to Europe and not get donor. Usually I get it a couple times a trip.
Does anybody else have any questions for either of us or in life in general? I'm happy to answer anything.
Tax advice? No, I'm just kidding.
No, not that. Nothing legal or binding. Let's put it that way.
Looks like we're almost ready to resume.
Bueller. Yeah, it looks like we are all starting to wind up and coming back in here. So hopefully, like I said, Jessica's way more entertaining, way smarter than we are. So
we actually got to have dinner with her last night, and just hearing her experience and her background, like, holy crap. Sometimes I feel like I've accomplished things in life, and then I meet people like her, and like,
yeah, that's a
nope.
pretty fair statement.
Yeah.
But and then back half of this group should be pretty interesting to hear from. So I'm excited for you guys to listen to Jessica and Ben, and just learn some things, because Lord knows I learned some things last night having dinner with them. Ooh. Beer down. Drop with it.
Also, I'm just kind of blown away how many people actually showed up to this. Like, when they first told me about it, I thought this was going to be like a small room with like 20 people. And like, yeah, I mean, we're seeing people just like randomly walking the street with the NAFO t-shirts.
Yeah, exactly. I shout out to the guy at the airport that walked right by me, looked at me, made eye contact with me, and said nothing, because I wasn't wearing an NAFO shirt, and it was pretty funny yesterday. But I'm not sure if you're in here, but if you have a gray cap, that was you, like a gray, like an Indiana Jones style hat. So
he's wearing an Indiana Jones hat?
Yeah, kind of. It was gray. It was like a canvas gray.
At the airport?
Yep, at the airport, man.
All right.
Yeah, good for him. But
maybe.
Sounds
terrible.
You're a terrible person.
Yeah, I am.
I know.
All right. If you're joining us now, we're producing filler content.
Yep. And here comes
Just waiting
Mark.
for the next event.
So I think Mark's about to save us from our fate. But, well, fair enough. So
sorry for being the worst MCs ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, you guys were great. Thank you so much for filling in. Because now we come to, let's say, the serious section where we're going to have 4 speakers with a lot of insights, a lot of new information, things we haven't heard. We're going to learn something, and we're going to come out more clever and better able to combat the Russian propagandists online after we hear this background information. So we've got this format. We're going to have 2 interviews and 2 presentations. And for the first interview, I'd like to bring the interviewer onto stage, Mr. Umberto, please. Umberto Masi. So, here's your microphone.
Thank you so much.
And Umberto will be interviewing someone who is very interesting, so I will say nothing. I will just say, please, on stage, Jessica Berlin.
All right, well, it seems that I may have gotten the dress code a bit wrong. Other than that, Jessica, so the first question that I would like to begin from is, what were your thoughts precisely around 500 days ago when the full-scale Russian invasion started?
500 days ago, at this point I can barely remember what I was doing 5 days ago. Yeah, it's been the longest Thursday of all of our lives, 500 days. When the full-scale invasion happened, I was home in Berlin. And for a couple of weeks prior, I had already been in discussions with Ukrainian civil society groups based in Berlin, reaching out to them and trying to work on more effective communications approaches and strategies to reach the German public and German politicians and media, because a lot of the comms that was coming from the Ukrainian community in Germany was, they were saying, of course, all the right things. They were telling it like it was, but perhaps in a way that wasn't, that German ears weren't ready to hear. And all of those kinds of discussions and plannings, of course, just went out the window entirely when the invasion started, and it just turned into crisis response. And, I was checking in all day with friends in Ukraine and basically then reaching out and trying to see how I could help. I've been self-employed for almost a decade now, so I had that flexibility, and I just basically put my normal work on hold to the side and was helping coordinate evacuations, for example, of some African students who were stuck trying to reach their embassies, and then when their embassies weren't helping, like getting food and water delivered to them where they were while we tried to figure out transport, things like this. And it's all kind of a blur, those early days and weeks, it all just blurred into one nightmare. But I think, the fact that now 500 days later we're sitting here together physically and with everybody in the global online community of people who came from all walks of life, all parts of the world, to do what they can to support Ukraine, even out of that nightmare that we woke up to 500 days ago, that really keeps me going and has given me some hope.
Well, indeed, in the beginning, of course, as you mentioned, it was for everyone crisis mode, and especially for the young people and for the civic society, just reacting, right? Trying to know what to do, and some of the comments or recommendations were usually just do your job, do it as best as you can. So going forward, as 500 days have passed already, some things have most definitely changed, but some haven't. Very broadly or very narrowly, what would you say that has changed in general, or what hasn't changed? The general feelings, the general, let's say, the vibe that is going on, or what the people are feeling in general.
Which people? Do you mean in Germany or where do you mean?
Precisely so. And you personally, of course, the narratives that have been in the beginning, some are still prevalent, some are not anymore. So, but yes, in Germany, precisely.
I'm going to get in trouble asking me about Germany. Well, there's good news and bad news, like usual with German foreign policy. The good news is we've come a long way, right? The things we were having to scream and shout about 1 year ago have now been accepted into the mainstream discourse for the majority of German politics. That's good. But the bitter reality remains. It's too little, too slow. And that's not just a German problem, though. I think that maybe that's another change in the dynamic. In the early weeks and months, there was a very real sense that Germany was the block in the machine. Sometimes that was fair, sometimes it was not. But now I could say that we've come a long way, and now is a time where we need Germany to be a more proactive force and voice on the European side, because right now we collectively in Europe we have an opportunity and a responsibility to pool our resources, both economically and in terms of weapons and munitions and weapon systems, to support Ukraine in a larger and a longer term, more coordinated way, and to show the Americans, hey, we know we can't live without you. We need American power. We need American hardware. We need their deep pockets and their production capacity. But understandably, after 20 years of overseas war on terror, and this is not the time or place to talk about all the errors and crimes of those years and those wars, but the fact is, American politics and the American public, they are very reluctant to have to be the leading force in another overseas war. Especially when for us here in Europe, it's not overseas. This is our turf. This is our continent, our neighbor, our friend who's under attack. And so if we can show the Americans collectively as Europeans, and this is where Germany, of course, is such a critical role. We're the largest country with the largest economy, the largest weapons producer in Europe. We need to play a leading role a key role in the European aid coalition and send that signal to Washington, hey, Europe is doing our job, we're stepping up, we're taking responsibility, help us. But we're not going to leave you on the hook to pay the check for this. All right, let's work together. And at the end of the day, of course, defeating Russia swiftly is in everyone's interest, including Washington's. So Germany will never want to be seen as the leader of any sort of military alliance in Europe, obviously, and that's okay. We don't have to, be sitting point, but we anchor it. We do, just by virtue of our size and our capacity. So there are a lot of voices in Germany who have gotten louder, both within and without government. We have some really good people who are doing their best. But Germany is a slow, big tanker. It takes us a long time to turn, but once we do, you'll be glad to have our mass on your side,
That was nice. And to follow up on that, I mean, you mentioned perspectives, right? I mean, in general, and the narratives that change. Something that was very prevalent in the East, I mean, here in the East of Europe, was that nobody, well, that was the thought that that the West or the old member states of the European Union are not really listening to those that have actually been under the occupation of the Soviet Union. And could you comment perhaps on that? I mean, has it already changed that much that the eyes have been truly opened, or are there still misconceptions and stereotypes even now? Of course, there is a shift, but would you say that it is enough? I guess not, but what would you say on that?
I think at this point it's a bit of both, right? So there's a ton of Western European and North American ignorance toward Eastern Europe and Eastern European history. This we know. It's not just a German problem. A lot of people, maybe couldn't find Ukraine or Lithuania on a map up until 500 days ago. And that's obviously not good. There are reasons for it. But now the learning curve has been pretty steep in a good way. So a lot of people, from politics down to everyday folks, have been learning a lot more about the reality and the historical context and reality of Russian imperialism and colonial violence and empire in Eastern Europe. I always say when trying to put the arc of that terrible history into perspective, I say, look, if you called the British Empire the British Union, it somehow sounds a lot friendlier. Well, what if instead of calling it the Soviet Union, you called it by what it really was? It was a Soviet empire. And
we need some rebranding to do.
Yeah, this is the mental shift that took a lot of people a long time to make, because for Western Europeans, we're used to this notion of colonialism and imperialism, meaning you go abroad and you kill and rob and steal and control land that's far away. But of course, the Russian model was to invade, kill, rob, and steal, and oppress the lands and the peoples next door. And so we collectively, the Westerners, didn't recognize and didn't see or listen or want to see that this was a different model of a very similar crime. And also, and this is so critical, if a crime goes unpunished, it will be repeated. The Soviet Union was never punished. The Russian leadership was never punished for what it did to Eastern European countries. And Germany was only able to rejoin the civilized world because there was a true legal reckoning with the criminals and the crimes that took place in the Nazi era. Not only were we militarily defeated, then there was also a justice process. Was it perfect? Was it complete? No, of course not, because that's not how things tend to go, but it was real. It mattered. And the fact that that process never happened for the victims of Soviet oppression means also that for those of us who were not victims of it in Western countries, and not just Western countries, also in a lot of the global South, the so-called global South, people don't know how bad it was. And so now those histories are being told more loudly. That's good, that's progress. It'll keep taking time, and we need to keep telling the story and set the record straight. And above all, though, that won't be enough if we do not hold Russia to account this time.
Rightly so. And you mentioned the global South. I mean, of course, for us from Europe, from the United States in general, the collective West, as we may call them, or call us the collective West, but the response was quite unanimous and quite uniform, right? However, there has been some difficulty getting through to some countries of the global South who still have a lot of, they have influence, right? But it seems that they are not very, let's say, on the same page with us. So is this also a part of the reckoning of some of the colonialism as well, or are there other reasons as well that influence the fact that we still cannot manage to get them to on our side in this specific case, which is to support Ukraine and its victory?
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's a really important question. We could have a whole conference devoted just to this question. So I'll make a couple of points. And bearing in mind, I spent most of my career actually, working not in Europe and North America. I've lived and worked in Africa, in Asia, the Middle East for most of the last 15 years. Specifically lived in Rwanda, in Myanmar, China, Afghanistan, and have traveled and worked extensively all around those regions. So I'm coming at this question as a Westerner, as a German and an American, but as someone also who's lived in other places and been exposed to how a lot of other people see the world and see us. Okay, so with that caveat up front, number one, there's no getting them on our side, okay? It's not like, oh, we're right, obviously, and what's wrong with you? Why don't you agree with us? Get on our side. What do we need to tell you for you to understand? This is totally the wrong approach. Any country, anywhere on the planet, is very understandably on their side. They're on their own side, number one, okay? So if I'm Botswana, or Uruguay, or India, the number one concern I'm worried about is my own and my people and their problems and their priorities. And then, of course, for the politicians, my domestic political position and situation and my economy. And, I've had this conversation a lot with Ukrainian friends who are upset about the lack of solidarity that they perceive, from Asian and African countries. Like, oh, Jess, why don't they care? Why don't they get it? And I'm saying, well, how did you feel during the crisis in Ethiopia these past couple of years? Or how did you feel during the Darfur genocide that, by the way, has never really stopped? How did you feel when you saw protesters in Hong Kong or Myanmar getting their asses kicked and getting oppressed and getting killed? Awkward silence. Yes, I saw the headlines. I felt very bad about it, and I forgot about it and stopped thinking about it within a week. Because, unfortunately, that's how the world works. That's how psychology and geography work. If it's not on your doorstep, if it's not directly affecting you, you're not going to care as much. And so, we need to get away from this notion that they're doing something wrong, and instead we need to ask ourselves, okay, what is in their interest right now? What are their priorities? How have or have we not been listening to these countries and what they want and need? And what can we not just say, but what can we do? What do we bring to the table to make it make sense for them politically, economically, and at a security level to work together with us? And, I've been working on this stuff for a long time, and It's putting the war aside, even just on the basic level of financing and trade agreements. All right, European governments love to complain about African governments doing too much business with China. And the reality is, a lot of those governments would rather be doing more business with us, but we don't offer them trade agreements and investment deals with conditions that make sense and that work for them. And so, of course, then, if the Chinese or the Emiratis or the Russians come along and offer a better deal that they can actually, benefit from, well, they end up taking that because we're not coming to the table with serious offers and business and partnerships as equals. All right, and now add the war on top to that, on top of decades of mistrust and patronizing post-colonial behaviors in our trade and foreign policies, and obviously hundreds of years of colonialism. There's a lot of baggage in there to unpack before that trust will be built. And at the end of the day, if you're not bringing something tangible to the table, then why should they listen? But I will end those remarks and on this comment, or on this question, with something more positive, and that is there is a lot of solidarity from people, right? It's anecdotally, but my friends, my colleagues around the world, they care. They see what's going on. And also we have to remember a lot of them are living in countries that are not democratic or only pseudo-democratic. And so the people's opinion, and especially like young educated folks, what they're thinking and feeling is not getting represented necessarily at a government and a diplomatic level. So there is solidarity there. And then also, just like with Westerners, there's a lot of ignorance about the history. And, just remembering a conversation I had in the early weeks of the war with a friend in Ghana. And, smart guys, lived all over the place. And he was saying, oh, but Jess, come on, this is a thing between Ukraine and Russia. This is a regional conflict. And you guys, NATO, you're all messing around in there. And I just, in a 5-minute conversation, I had him totally on our side. Because I just said, look, imagine the British. Back then Boris was still in power. I said, imagine Boris Johnson says, Ghana used to be part of the British Empire, and they only speak English because of us, and they only have a postal system because of us. So I'm sending the British Navy down, and we're going to start bombing Accra, and we're going to take over Ghana again, because they really belong back in the fold, And of course, he got all blustery and saying, oh, that's crazy. That would never happen. I said, well, that's exactly what Russia's doing. Only instead of overseas, it's on the front door. And he said, well, why would anybody do that? It's crazy. It's suicide. He's gonna start this crazy war. And I just said, well, imagine an abusive boyfriend. And his girlfriend finally leaves him after a long time. And he just can't handle it, can't get over it, and is super jealous and stalks her, and eventually, chases her down and kills her. Like, this kind of thing happens, right? Yeah, well, that's Russia. And just these, like, small little metaphors, examples, whatever, that people can connect to without the politics, it seemed to help. So this is also, I think, as NAFO grows, one of the big questions that should be is how do we help this grassroots community grow in other languages and beyond the European and North American community, because we can and should be reaching out to the digital communities that exist on other continents and find common ground and work to fight Russian disinformation and influence together, because quite frankly, Russian disinformation and threats to democracy are not just targeting us, it's worldwide. So if I had a wish for NAFO's non-negotiable expansion, it would be to go global and to connect with the people who are already doing this kind of work elsewhere, learn from them, and work together.
Well, breaking the colonial epistemic is going to be tough, but with NAFO, with bringing it down not just to the political level, but as you spoke in Hamburg once in 2018, just looking at people as people, employing more of strategic empathy as you spoke, it goes a long way, especially when understanding that, well, as you mentioned, I mean, I personally also had these debates with some friends who were angry about, well, why do the other countries not react? Well, it's simple enough. It's not close enough to them, and of course, it's natural. I have a last question, and then I'll open up the floor for anyone who will be willing to raise their hands. I'll bring over the mic. So in general, just if you could elaborate more on the non-negotiable expansion and what we could actually do more practically, not just, well, the principle state, the value statement is there, so just going global, right? But through action, what can we do to, well, expand and spread the news?
Yeah, good question. So on the one hand, a decentralized organic community like this, you know, it's never a good idea to come with a to-do list. But on the other hand, I think it's the collective individual action. You know, everybody in this room and everybody online is coming from a different place, a different life, with a different skill set, with different numbers of hours in the day you can devote to this. And it's a question of just asking yourself, what can I do? You know, what can I do to make a small difference? And you know, if you're not sure, or if you're getting burned out and stressed, yeah, to reach out to other folks in the community for ideas, for support. You know, working together on stuff at a small scale. I'm a big believer in the cumulative impact of small level change. You know, the world doesn't work by Newtonian physics. It's quantum, it's chaos theory. We don't know and we don't see necessarily all the connections that result from our actions. It's a lot of chain reactions whose end results we don't necessarily see. But the mere act of doing what you can within your sphere of influence has ripple effects that you would not believe. It matters. So really maintaining that understanding and self-perspective. I mean, Lord knows I have to remind myself, you know, 3 times a day that it somehow matters. You know, you don't see the impact of your work 99% of the time. But when you do see that 1%, you know, hang on to it, because just because you don't see the other 99, it's there. And the second, maybe the one concrete thing I would say is, you know, thanks to COVID, we're all experts in viral exponential growth. So think like a virus, and even just find 3 people, find 5 people in your community, you know, whether that's friends and family, colleagues, neighbors, you know, drinking buddies, whatever. Get them to somehow also find that little thing that they can do, whether it's donate, whether it's volunteer, whether it's shitpost, whatever it is. Mobilize a handful of people and give them the same homework. And as we learned from COVID, you can spread that very quickly. You can, out of just your little group, infect hundreds of thousands and millions of people just by starting. So you know, don't give up. Stay engaged and stay viral, because our friends in Ukraine, they need us. For any time I get tired, I'm just thinking, my God, all right, if I'm tired and I'm over here in the safety and comfort of Berlin, God, you know, how tired must they be? You know, we're in this for the long haul, and we need to keep showing that we will not let up, we will not back down, we will keep fundraising, we will keep shitposting, we will do what it takes, we will keep calling our MPs, putting pressure on our media and our politicians to do better, because Ukraine needs us. not just our politicians, but they need the democratic power of the people who care and who understand what's at stake in this war to keep the pressure on until victory.
Esteemed members of the NAFO Assembly here in Vilnius, Tallis, we have time for one question from the audience. The first come, first served. So I'm looking over there, there's a hand. Oh, there is a mic, wonderful. I don't even have to stand up.
Perfect. Do you want me to stand up?
No, I said I don't have to stand up to bring you the
perfect.
mic.
So I found that really interesting that you were talking about taking the politics out of the conversation. So you're talking about Ghana and the British Empire, and then also talking about the abusive boyfriend to remove politics from the conversation. But I also find that interesting because United 24 had a conference in Kyiv in May where one of the narratives is out they were trying to testing is they're going to inject politics more into the conversation. And actually Liev Schreiber, one of their ambassadors, talked about how he was specifically going to target certain political groups. So he was going for farmers in America, and he was going for people who have autistic family members in America. And I just think it's very interesting that you've obviously had, please don't take this as an insult, anecdotal evidence that you can gain traction and get through to people by removing the politics. Yet the United 24 ambassadors are deliberately trying to inject politics to make it much more niche. So once again, Liev Schreiber was going, I'm going for farmers first, I'm going for people with autistic family members second. I was just wondering if you've had a look in terms of, okay, we have anecdotal evidence, but is anyone trying to document what is actually the most effective, and can we actually literally collect data on this and understand what narrative gets through to the most people and where?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And actually the example you gave of reaching out to specific interest groups, so farmers or families with autistic kids, I would turn that around and actually say that is removing the politics of the war and all the NATO and Cold War baggage by making it about you as a farmer or you as a parent with an autistic child and connecting on a level that transcends the political baggage. And this actually also relates to something I've been discussing for a long time now with both the Ukrainian Rada side and with folks in the Bundestag about connecting MPs between Germany and Ukraine at the committee level to focus on the issues. You know, because exactly, these are the things that affect people in their daily lives, and also just for the day-to-day of politicians, of MPs, it's like their bread and butter, what they have to work on, and so finding common ground on those things. But I would say, like, focusing on those content issues that affect voters' daily lives is, in a way, removing the political baggage and making it about common interest and collaboration. And also your example was about the United States, right? And I was talking about, like, for countries who have been far removed from the Cold War US-Russia political baggage, you know, that we're talking about. And so on that case, you know, if we're talking to folks in Asia and Africa and Latin America, we have to stop making it about us. You know, and understand that for them, it's of course about them. But I think it's definitely a good approach to focus on the specific issues where people feel a direct impact in their lives, and also where there's a clear path to doing something tangible. So I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think it's actually a complementary approach.
So through making it relatable, through empathizing with the others, maybe we can get through. Our time's up. I thank the audience for the question. And of course, many, many applauses, a round of applause for Jessica Berlin. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessica. Thank you, Umberto. He will be back very soon with another guest. But first, we've got someone who I'm very interested to hear from. We have a speaker from Lithuania, and she is an expert in all sorts of NAFO-related things, including some kind of CIA paycheck things. I think she can probably tell us how to get that paycheck. So, without any more words, please, to the stage, Eglė Murauskaitė.
So, hi everyone. I can neither confirm nor deny any of the accusations made by Mark, but I am a security expert working at the University of Maryland, and what I get paid to do is a lot of empirical work related to Ukraine. I've spent the past year, as the war was raging, doing interviews with people who are fighting in Ukraine as foreigners on their own accord, with people who train Ukrainians coming from abroad, both inside Ukraine and outside, mostly in Germany. Lots of diplomats, lots of foreign service staffers from Eastern and Western Europe and the US, as well as several Ukrainian NGO activists. And what I was trying to do is paint a picture, again, as the events were unfolding. How are the US efforts to support Ukrainian military, how are they doing? The weapons we're sending, are they making a difference? The information campaign part is what I'm going to focus on today. But really, I was trying to sort of get some very fast and primary sourced data, also supporting things with public polling and also contextual insights. So I think Mark, who is the tech master, might point you to the website where the study I'll be talking about is available. But what I wanted to do today is just share some of those insights with you. A couple of quick points I'll be making, and I'm hoping that we will have time for questions to talk about. So first of all, the talk on the US-Ukrainian information domain assistance and cooperation. I think it's important to understand the multiplicity of aspects covered in this. So when, NAFO is one thing, it's information operations, but more broadly, this also encompasses things like dialogue between US and officials from other parts of the world, so diplomatic dialogue, but through unofficial channels. Also cyber cooperation, like joint efforts to counter Russian cyber offensives. Also things like narratives that help explain why Ukrainian resistance was so efficient and why is it still persisting to this day, contrary to many of the early expectations. And finally, the early warning signs, both made in public and in private. So I want to share with you six categories of insights really quickly. And again, you can read more broadly about them online at your own leisure. So first things first, the US campaign to share the intelligence publicly that they thought the Russians were coming. This is probably one of the first instances that the intelligence was shared in this manner with the public since probably about January 2022. And broadly, it is viewed as success across the Atlantic. What was interesting to me is to understand from the officials, particularly people on the US side, but also the Europeans, this campaign never sought or achieved preemption. In other words, in the warnings that the Russians are coming, there was never any hope that the Russian tank could be stopped. It was more of an FYI situation, encouraging people to prepare as best they can. To me, this is an interesting insight and sort of very reflective of both the US isolationist approach increasing over the past decade, if not more, but also just the perceptions of European politics, and we can elaborate on that later. More in the diplomatic community, this was viewed as a great campaign for allied consensus building. and also helped avert a number of Russian false flag operations. What is interesting, though, is that this campaign to warn people about the Russian invasion, its effectiveness was significantly dampened by the previous US efforts to use politicized intelligence to get the coalition of the willing for the campaign in Iraq and subsequently Afghanistan. Lithuanian side of the audience might know that our glorious country was one of the least critical in this respect, signing up among the first without too many questions asked. So in this case, of course, there was a lot of enthusiasm for supporting Ukraine and for rallying global support there. But it is important to understand that the memory in the global community of the narrative is very, very different. The second category of insights on US-Ukrainian intelligence cooperation concerns battlefield intelligence support. Again, something that maybe you don't hear about every day. And this has been done with unprecedented speed and extent. Really, if you think about US intelligence sharing, you may or may not be familiar with the concept of Five Eyes, so basically super, super close allies. And then, you have NATO, you have bilateral relations, you have the British special relations, etc. So the extent of and the type of data, the level of processing that the Ukrainians are getting is increasingly closer to and exceeding sometimes even the Five Eyes type of cooperation. And for a non-NATO member state, for a strong ally that albeit does not enjoy some kind of a special a priori category of friendship with the US, this is really something new. And the interesting thing is that this actually was tremendously efficient in alleviating the problem of ammunition shortages. I'm sure by now you've heard, and I mean, since I've done a report about provisions of armed support, this was a huge, huge problem that ammunition as well as weaponry was not arriving fast enough, was breaking down at a really high rate and caused all sorts of problems. Well, you may or may not have heard that those insights started streaming in maybe in April. People decided to try and do something about it maybe in September. So the intelligence sharing and the swift decisions to increase it and help with the targeting, help with the processing of information were really very, very quick and effective in countering that problem and continue to do this. They also continue to boost the morale through high-level target engagement. So you may think about the early campaign of sinking the battleship Moskva, of the Snake Island retake, things like that. So really a huge boost of morale for fighting Ukrainians. The third type of cooperation in the information domain is to think about Ukraine's role in this respect. And Ukraine is obviously a very capable and autonomous agent in this case. Despite Russian continued efforts to portray it as a proxy, really it hardly meets any criteria. And despite, this is not just something like, oh, this is Russian propaganda, Ukraine is not a Western proxy. There's more to it than that. The interesting thing is that with the US and other NATO countries sharing a lot with Ukraine to help it, the feedback loop with Ukraine sharing with the West has consistently been actually extremely limited. You may be familiar with the unfortunate scandal of the leak of sensitive information, not only including US assessments of Ukrainian prospects, but other sensitive information, and you might think that this might make sense. However, the issue is that this has been going on since the beginning of the war. Ukraine has been actually actively suppressing the numbers of deaths and injuries, the performance of all kinds of received technology on the battlefield, and, well, of course, its specific operational planning. While it might make military sense, it also complicates tremendously efforts to proactively assist and shape the way that the battle is unfolding. To contrast that, in probably early summer of 2022, there was a sort of breakthrough of greater trust when Ukraine decided to ask for more assistance from the West, mostly NATO, but mostly the US, but also other NATO countries, in planning its offensive. And actually, the assessments of people familiar with the situation were that initially Ukrainians were overconfident with their operational planning, and the level of sophistication of the tabletop exercises made available to them, computer modeling to support that, and the Western expertise were in no small part responsible for the great success that we saw starting in August and rolling through to October, probably 2022, of the counteroffensive, retaking major territories, doing major damage, especially on the public and morale fronts to Russia as well. So that just goes to show you that the cooperation pays off. However, Ukrainians have been playing their cards extremely close to hand. And I think this is to their chest. And this is a point that I think often gets lost when you think about cooperation and collaboration, that it is, well, if it's not an entirely one-way street, the traffic coming from Ukraine is not huge, unfortunately. The fourth aspect worth mentioning is the big role of the US and the West in countering the Russian cyber offensives. There seemed to be some sort of a myth and misunderstanding that a lot of the people expecting the Russian military campaign to come with some sort of massive cyber component, like what we saw in Estonia in 2007, and somehow that it failed to materialize, and it was presented as some sort of an instance of a dog that didn't bark. Well, it barked all right. The thing is that the tremendous Western assistance was what helped stem the tide. And this has several aspects to it. First of all, there was a tremendous input from the US private sector assistance. You can think Starlink, you can think cloud servers and network monitoring, sharing unprecedented level of threat monitoring information really quickly. The interesting thing also is that Ukraine, when I was talking earlier about the US early warning campaign about the Russians incoming, Ukrainians were explicitly reluctant to do things like move their servers to the cloud, destroy or move sensitive data, because all of that were seen as unnecessary panic signals that would quote-unquote affect their stock market. Well, I mean, guess where the stock market is now? But good on the private sector that they were ready to really swoop in super fast with a lot of efficacy and advice at very late notice. Also, a key thing to understand here, and I cannot emphasize this point enough, in the cyberspace, Russia and NATO have been actually at war since day one. NATO has been very careful to draw the line about not sending troops into Ukraine, not doing anything to sort of affirm this imagery drawn by Russia that Russia is at war with the West on Ukrainian territory. However, in the cyberspace, that war has been unfolding consistently. How so? First of all, a lot of countries, individuals and companies showing any support to Ukraine, but especially military support, were seeing cyber attacks. For example, Poland has been a big country for transiting weapons and ammunition shipments into Ukraine, and also countries like Slovakia, Czech Republic, also Lithuania, have been big for transiting or destinations for fixing broken equipment coming out of Ukraine. And whenever these shipments would come, these countries would, specific sectors would see spikes in cyber offensives traceable to Russia. You can think about NATO member states, the same the US, the Viasat attack was one of the really big ones. So really, I think this is an important distinction to make. When you're thinking about war through measures short of conventional tanks and armies, NATO is at war with Russia and continues to be. Insight number 5 that I want to briefly touch is Ukraine's will to resist. Again, because we're talking information and we're talking narratives, I'm sure everyone has heard of the unfortunate RAND study that, Eastern Europe, pick any capital, would fall within 3 days should Russia decide to invade. Any model is only as good as the assumptions and being fed into it, and also as good as the experts. And also situations on the ground are by necessity approximated. The assumptions going into that model, as a modeler, I would say probably were not as solid as we would all like them to be. If anyone bothered to look at relevant academic literature, there should be no surprises as to why Ukraine did not just roll over and why the people were so committed to fighting tooth and nail. And these are some interesting inherent factors that, again, I think don't get enough rep. So first of all, one of the studies that me and my colleagues have done on a very theoretical level is that states that have weak institutional capacity, typically states that are either upcoming democracies or autocracies being transformed into democracies. So these states, they are particularly prone to respond with overwhelming force if anyone from the outside tries to kick the hornet's nest that is the state-making process, as Charles Tilly has famously put it. So Ukraine, actually, on a polity scale that measures a country's level of democratization, it falls right in the middle. It is arguably and has been an anocracy, so the situation internally wasn't great, but what that means is that any external threat is seen as existential, so you can expect them to fight with tooth and nail, absolutely. Another factor is, of course, the relative level of personal identification with being a Ukrainian. It has been seen and shown in studies to be a very strong predictor of willingness to sacrifice, both economically, in terms of lives, in terms of suffering. Again, Ukraine is not unique to this. You could look at any studies dealing with attacks against civilians from World War II. Did they work? No, they did not. Reasons to be discussed. Interestingly, also, Ukraine was not going to give up the way that we expected, but the world wasn't ready to support it the way Ukraine expected. So here's the dilemma. Here's where sometimes it's really worth reading up on the contextual stuff before going too far into your predictions. I would like to close with something that Jessica has brought up very thoughtfully, and what I have been also emphasizing throughout actually the Western world when talking about insights to Ukraine. And that is one of the biggest failures that people I have interviewed with kind of were beating their chests about is the failure to anticipate second-order effects. And why am I talking about this here? Is because it's an intelligence failure. We're talking about information sharing, all kinds of information aspects, and people see it as a failure to appropriately assess and act upon intelligence that was available at the time. So first comes the grain crisis, because both Ukraine and Russia were major grain exporters. The level of suffering and starvation this has caused in Africa, but also effects in Latin America and other countries, is tremendous. Lithuanians' own decision to uphold the grain blockade for a while, unfortunately contributed to this. And people seem to be really proud about it, how we're standing up to Russia in this manner, whereas what we're really doing is contributing to starvation of people in countries far enough away, as Jessica noted. And then we're surprised, how come they're not so enthusiastic about supporting Ukraine? Well, try that for a while, going without your daily bread. Let's see how far that will get you into your political commitments. The global conflict environment and second-order effects there in places like Syria and Iran. It should not have been surprising how Iran and Russia have become so close because of the limited allying options left for Russia, and Iranian extensive previous reliance on Russian technology, and their mutual interest to continue cooperating there. Was anything done to stem that? Nope. Syria, similar story, getting Israel on edge about the changing regional security dynamics. Any preventive measures? No, sir. Finally, there was an extremely limited preparedness concerning Ukraine itself. When the winter struck, it was only then that the volunteers in the very same Lithuania, looking to give them aid, were starting to ask for things like gloves, heating pads, even candles for soldiers. I mean, was it not obvious that there's going to be a cold, cold winter when the war started? Was it not obvious in summer? So things like that, really simple and seemingly obvious aspects of second-order effects, is what continues to plague the war, in a sense that it limits the expansion options, and the way it's being marketed as the West versus rest, the new Cold War, the democracies versus autocracies. None of these narratives are going very strong in the global South because it fails to address not only their direct impact they're suffering from this war, but also the way that they see the global political narratives. When the war started, I myself was in Sri Lanka, and I saw the rapid spiraling into crisis that happened because of the second-order effects, because of the currency reserves running out, because of the limited fuel access to an island, because, I mean, seeing people with automatic rifles suddenly guarding your petrol stations is not something you think about when you think about Sri Lankan, Russian/Ukrainian relations, but there you have it. So I'd like to stop here. And I would welcome very much your insights, questions, and engagement. And I'm happy to be part of this effort to help Ukraine in perhaps a less conventional way. Thank you, Mark, for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Eglė. Thank you. So, serious information. Do we have any serious questions? I can see two. We'll definitely take these two. Okay.
I'm from Estonia. I'm very pleased that Kaja Kallas' proposal of $1 million rounds to Ukraine is now in execution by European Union. As a next stage, what should we propose? What should we do? I mean, I'm in my country proposing that we close land borders because we are the border countries. But I believe very seriously that given the volume of mining that Russia has done, then we should have a coalition with the willing, not necessarily NATO kind of mission, but a coalition of the willing of real military people helping demining the folks over there, or having also medical mission. Because medicals are not fighting, but they're like saving lives. Because Ukrainians are short of medicals who have been, folks who have been under stress for a long time. So are any of those missions, in your view, kind of potentially doable, executable by the coalition of the willing or by the NATO collective? Obviously NATO meaning Orban and what was the other idiot? Yeah.
If you want the second question at the same time, she's going to do two in one.
So, in late August of last year, Russian Telegram channels were buzzing, saying, никакой паники нет, никакой паники нет. There is no war in Boston. Sorry. But as it turned out, there was quite a lot of panic in the then occupied city of small town of Balaklia, and that's when the Russian front started completely collapsing. So my question is, when do you think such a breakdown of Russian front is going to happen, if at all?
Thank you. So I'd like to comment, I think, in a number of ways on the points raised. First of all, demining sounds like an excellent initiative. I'm not sure whether NATO would have the appropriate tools to facilitate it. It might be exactly more of multilateral or private initiatives. But I do have an answer to what I think would be a next best thing to go for as a lobbying effort. And I've been preaching this for a long time, and that is trainers on the ground. I mean, if you want to do a hashtag, if you want to call someone about it, if someone asks your opinion about it, I would suggest, I would of course recommend reading my report about why that's a good idea. But trainers on the ground, oh my God, what a big difference that would make. The studies I did on the various aspects of U.S. military support in Ukraine, so the information operations I was talking to you today, the deliveries of weapons, and the training of the fighters and logisticians, unanimously the training was seen as a key factor. And the huge problem that has been plaguing the effort since the war and continues into today is that no country agrees to send trainers into Ukrainian territory. That means that people receiving very sophisticated weaponry, eventually, for which President Zelensky lobbies for a really long time, which take a really long time to arrive, if these weapons break down, it takes forever to ship them out somewhere to get fixed because there aren't people on the ground available. The people who operate those weapons are very few and far between because the courses to do so, to operate the weaponry and sophisticated machinery, they are broken down from several months in length to several weeks. And because people who are actively participating on the front lines, imagine the battle raging, imagine 10 fighter units scattered across somewhere, you know, in different parts of Ukraine where this war is happening. Imagine getting like 10, 15, 50 people from an active war zone trained on operating something. Now you have to get them moving from the battle zone to the border, to the country where they will be trained by the foreign trainers, then back again. They are not even available usually for those several week-long courses. I'm not even talking months. So it's like the super basics that you can get. And that creates a lot of problems because normally what would happen if you were to think about campaigns like Iraq or Afghanistan or other campaigns, I'm mostly thinking here US because they have been big on expeditionary forces overseas. What normally happens is that the troops, the government fighters, are supported by private company trainers who provide the weaponry. So you're thinking Raytheon and the like. These people, these supporters, these trainers, they are not mercenaries. They are not foreigners who would come and fight on the front lines. They are doing backup functions purely. That means they are instructing you how to operate the weapon or how to fix it. And right now in Ukraine, no country is providing this. It is a tremendous problem that has been quite politically sensitive. People are being taught how to jerry-rig their weaponry over Skype, over open communications that are, thank goodness, usually working, but not necessarily the connection is so great or so fast. There was a lot of backfilling for this by people who were veteran fighters going into Ukraine on their own dime, in their own time, trying to do this away from the front lines to help the Ukrainians. But if you have ambassadors, representatives, people to call about this, sending privateers as contractors to do civilian support work rather than some sort of fighting, I mean, it would be such a huge boost. I would even argue, based on my research, that this would have a much faster and bigger impact than lobbying for whatever next technological component Ukraine is asking for, be it longer range ammunition, be it air coverage. I mean, sending the people there on the ground with expertise into or closer to the hot zones would cut the repair times, means more of the weapons they have would be available again faster. They would increase the rate at which people are getting trained to operate them, also alleviating some of the problems of the shortages. I mean, I could go on, but if there's one message on what's a good next step, send trainers into Ukraine.
Thank you, Eglė. Thank you so much. Thank you. So that's, I think we have to do a new hashtag now. Where's Pete? We got the new, send trainers. Okay, are you on it now? That's going to be online right now, yeah? Okay. It's happening already, like YouTube's going crazy. So, thanks again, Eglė. And now we're going to have another interview. This is an interview with one of my favorite Twitter accounts, so I'm very excited. Umberto, will you please come back to the stage? Umberto, who is now called Man in the Hat on the YouTube comments. Umberto this time will be interviewing Pekka, who is better known as Vatnik Soup.
With my new handle, Propeller Hat Guy? Yes, Propeller Hat Guy, I will be called. So, Pekka, as the commander-in-chief of the Vatnik Soup, could you perhaps elaborate on how you actually got to, well, cooking the stew?
So, most of you probably don't know, but I'm quite anti-social media. Have been for quite some time. That's basically where my research has been throughout the years. But then the full-scale invasion started in February 2022, and I thought that I need to do something. I think most of you probably had the same idea, like you have to do something, and I created a Twitter account. So I became a social media warrior, this kind of. I was taking part in these kind of discussions or arguments, and I realized that the arguments were always the same. So when you think about these various pro-Kremlin narratives, there's like it's not a big collection. So, for example, how many of you have heard about the genocide in Donbass? If you can, okay, Ukrainian Nazis probably. So it's the same stuff. So to me it seemed like a Groundhog Day. So I was just living the same discussions over and over again, and I thought that is there something that I could do about this? Because I have been doing research on disinformation and how it spreads really fast, and how it's a big problem. And I thought that this kind of collection of pro-Kremlin actors and the main narratives and how they are spread throughout the social media networks could be useful. Basically, it was a joke at first. I started writing about Finnish Vatniks. So Vatnik, when I talk about Vatniks, I refer to people who believe and or spread these narratives. So I started writing about them, and it kind of resonated with the Twitter audience. Then I started doing more, and I did a lot of research and realized that there's a huge network, and a lot of these people are connected through think tanks, NGOs, and it seemed that, okay, there might be some money actually coming from Russia to these think tanks and so on. So it didn't seem organic or grassroots. So that's basically how I started. Long answer to a short question.
That's how it's supposed to go. You have 202 entries in the whole, in 202 ingredients, I will say, in the Vatnik soup. So I wanted to ask you if you have any favorites, or if you have any of these, well, people or organizations that, when you were researching them, that they really stuck out to you or got on your nerves. Any of those?
So yeah, a few favorites. So often the pro-Kremlin narratives they're very cynical, kind of nihilistic, hypocritical, and well, of course, they're lies. So I think one of the biggest things that kind of draws my attention is hypocrisy. So people who are kind of doing it for, I don't know, fame, attention, often money. So I would say that Ian Miles Chong is probably one of my favorites because he did a full 180 at some point. It's like Vladimir Putin is an asshole, and then suddenly he's the best leader in the world and he's doing op-eds for RT. So something definitely happened in between. I'm not sure what, but yeah. So this kind of hypocrisy is something that kind of always draws my attention, and the willingness to spread information or disinformation that's like, it's so obviously a lie, yet you still decide to, for example, tweet about it. So I would say Ian Miles Chong probably is a favorite.
All right, and there is this notion that, well, a lie spreads, first of all, much quicker, but when it is followed up by a bit of, by truth or by debunking it, it's much more difficult to actually, dissect or to debunk this myth. So as you mentioned that you have worked with and you have done research in disinformation, is this notion true, and how does it face up in reality?
Okay, so I think that needs a little bit of background on how the Russian disinformation machinery works. So they have this method called fire hose of falsehood, which is like high volume, a lot of bullshit, disinformation spread on many platforms. Like you have Instagram, you have Twitter, you have Facebook, like any Telegram, all of those mediums are used, and it's high volume and it's constant. So that's how the whole system works, and it doesn't really aim for any kind of discussion or argumentation. It's just spreading the message. And that's actually why NAFO is such an effective force, because it's doing the same thing, but it's ridiculing the message, because we know it's bullshit. And basically it's just swarming. It's this high volume approach to this big problem, the fire hose of falsehood. So NAFO is kind of countering that. And to me, that's why it's the best social media, decentralized social media movement ever. Like we've had several. We have Koni in 2012. Then the organizer was a complete, well, he was a crazy guy, and that's because it was a centralized movement. It had a hierarchy. But NAFO, we are just Shiba Inus, like brain-dead dogs posting memes and bullshit on like ridiculing the message, because that's how you should approach the Russian disinformation, to ridicule it, because it's lies. So I forgot the question, but you can ask.
Let's just go ahead wherever we go. No. Basically, yeah, I mean, so following what you said, so would it be a true statement to say that it is much better to ridicule and make fun of these propaganda tactics instead of trying to actually, try to dispel them by saying, oh no, this is obviously true, and try to provide A, B, and C and different arguments? Or should this be done in conjunction with ridiculing the message?
Now I remember what I was supposed to say. So yes, so there should be fact-checking. Fact-checking is fantastic, but the bad thing about fact-checking is it takes time, it's slow. Social media is like, because of this high volume approach, it's constant. It's one day and it's old news. Everything is old news. You already have, for example, on one tweet you can have 10 million views before it's debunked. So that's also why NAFO is kind of this first aid. It's like is it tourniquet that you put on when you are hit or something. It's something that stops the bleeding. It's fast. attacks immediately the narratives, and then later on we can do the fact-checking and kind of counter the information, because you cannot do it immediately. Nobody can do it. You would have to be constantly on alert and kind of do Googling, or maybe AI can do it, but so NAFO, that's why it works so well, because it's an immediate response to bullshit. And then later on comes the debunking of the actual claim.
You mentioned this already previously, but I was wondering if through your research and through compiling all of the information about pro-Russian activists or pro-Russian actors, have you drawn up sort of a picture of, or the anatomy of a vatnik? You touched upon this briefly, but could you perhaps elaborate? Because I believe there are different kinds of, or subtypes of, well, people that are doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, I have some like general idea. So it's a multi-level approach. So you have often the narratives work on different levels. So for example, if you take maybe, how many of you have heard John Mersheimer? So you have, basically this is the NATO expansion, so NATO caused the war in Ukraine, the kind of, which is often targeted at intellectuals, academic scholars. And then you have maybe the more emotion-invoking genocide in Donbass. So, okay, Ukrainians have been bombing or shelling Donbass for 8 years, and they've been killing civilians, which is more like, it's more like an emotional claim, whereas you also have the more intellectual claim of Mersheimer's realpolitik. So it works on different levels, so it tries to appeal different groups of people. It tries to find segments, okay, this might appeal. Another one that is very big right now in the United States is we could use the money to make American lives better, this kind of approach. So why are we spending billions in Ukraine? Because we could use it for social security or healthcare or somewhere else in the United States. But everybody knows that the money probably wouldn't go there, but still it's also this kind of different appeal for different audiences. And it's many of these appeals are targeted at the citizens of the United States, because their help has been and probably will be critical to Ukraine, and it's just so massive, all the aid that the U.S. has sent to Ukraine, that they're constantly trying to bomb different segments in the United States and kind of polarize the population there, so that they would probably be more. They try to make them more kind of critical towards the aid.
So a very practical question, because I heard when speaking during the day or yesterday with some colleagues from NAFO, do you have any, and actually could you perhaps elaborate on what's the thought process and the methods that you apply during, your research and when trying to actually find the disconnect in the narratives, how to pinpoint exactly the lies in general? How was the work, in cooking up the soup of vatniks?
So, some soups take longer than others. So, some are very easy because it's basically it's all there. All the information you can find online, and you can just create a nice story. They're all still stories, collated stories. I just refer to different sources, basically, and then maybe a little bit of speculation on my behalf. But basically, it's just a story but then some people, especially academics and scholars, can be tricky because they're not directly attacking anything. It's more kind of sophisticated attack towards the military aid, or and for example the so-called anti-war coalition is another example that can be kind of, you need to do a lot more digging. So this anti-war coalition suddenly came up after Putin decided to annex the 4 oblasts in Ukraine. So basically said that, okay, these regions are now Russia, and then, okay, now we have this anti-war coalitions. Okay, now we need to do peace negotiations because basically Putin has what he wants. So, but anyway, so, I mean, the process is chaotic. I just start writing, I just start collecting sources. I talk with people, I talk with journalists, I talk with people who also do research. I talk with a lot of NAFO activists. And then you just kind of put it together and that's it.
So do you think that the current state of social media is actually allows this to be perpetrated even more? Or, I mean, would there be, in your view, is there an ideal way that social media could be set up that these narratives or these lies could not be well peddled? Or is it just the nature of, well, social media first of all, and us as people in general, just that there will be, well, of course, malicious or just people that do not actually know all the story that will be actually spreading misinformation?
So yeah, I think there are some problems with the discussion. To start with here, when we talk about social media, we mostly probably talk about Twitter. I know that some of you are on your phones right now and maybe checking Twitter, but it's mostly Twitter where this is happening. So Vatnik Soup is on Twitter, and another problem is that also Jessica brought up that we have a huge blind spot. So the global south, we are not really there. So how many of you are from the so-called global south? Maybe raise your hand. Not that many. All right. So it's
there's our answer.
We are not having that discussion with them. We don't know much about how this kind of information space works in the global south, how it works in Brazil, how it works in, we don't know, I know absolutely nothing about, for example, Argentina. So this is a very kind of centralized thing when we talk about NAFO. It's on Twitter and it's basically the Western countries. But yeah, again, I forgot the question, but as you said, brain dead, so that's me. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of blind spots. We can, of course, we can already say that NAFO has made a big impact. It's definitely so. NAFO or NAFO? Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, we have a split on this.
Maybe you can have a fight later on, NAFO versus NAFO. We've made a big difference, but we have so many blind spots also where we don't really have any kind of effect. So it would be interesting to do some kind of future work also in South America, on South American propaganda and disinformation and how it works there. Yeah.
I mean, my following, yeah, round of applause, okay. So, Pekka, you basically just took away my question, which would have been, what should NAFO/NAFO should, I mean, we need to have a vote on this. I mean, no, we don't? Fight? Okay, a meme fight then shall be called. Good, so for now then, are there any questions in the plenary? Okay, 1, 2, Mark, will you fight?
I go to the first hand I saw.
So those of us who came from the US, I think there's maybe 4, if I counted correctly, maybe 5. We think that in addition to the motion of fighting back against the Vatnik, there's another motion which is recruiting allies in the fight against the Vatniks. And you've offered some good ways of thinking about recruiting allies and helping to strengthen the assumptions they're making that are favorable toward what we're doing, and also fighting maybe against some of the false assumptions, the Mearsheimer type thinking that this is all the West's fault for goading the bear. So I'm wondering if you have ideas about recruiting allies in the global south or in other places where we need to strengthen, because the Russian propaganda machine is very active in Africa and Latin America, and those governments, India as well, are pretty crucial to the long-term struggle. So if you have some thoughts about strategies for effective recruitment of allies that's maybe different than the fight the Vatnik motions.
Yeah, sure. Just need to mobilize, basically. There are fellas in Brazil, there are fellas in Argentina. I know that because I've discussed with them, and they've send me messages, okay, have you considered writing about this person or this person? We just have to mobilize, basically. We are not having that conversation right now, and it's very easy to start a conversation. So we just need to kind of initiate this process. Like, recruiting allies is very simple. If they consider the Ukrainian effort worthy, of course they are ready for dialogue. So we just have to talk with them. But right now we are not doing that. I mean, maybe some of you are, but I can say that I'm not doing as much as I could.
I think we have time for one more. So who's the fastest hand I can see?
Thank you. I love the insights on that you make on how NAFO works, and for example, that we can be the first before even debunking the Russian disinformation. And here, I just want to ask, like, one more why on top of it. Like, why do you think it's effective when we swarm in and, you know, just ridicule the absurd claims of, I don't know, some kind of Russian propagandists? What happens in the audience of Twitter, in the minds of people? Why do you think it's effective, you know?
So why do I think NAFO, the ridiculing the opposition is effective, or?
Yeah.
Oh. It works because the message in itself is ridiculous. Because it's false, it's fake news. So why should we... Why should we take it seriously? Why wouldn't we laugh at it? Because it's ridiculous, it's bullshit. So there's absolutely no reason to have that discussion. I mean, the discussion can be had, but it should be maybe done somewhere else. It needs a lot of fact-checking, it needs a lot of referencing, but when the discussion is going on, for example, on Twitter, there is no reason to have a meaningful conversation with anybody who's spreading bullshit. Just doesn't make any sense.
First mic drop.
Well, didn't we have any other questions? Okay.
That's it. You've done so well.
Okay. Pekka Kellioniemi, everyone. Vatnik Su. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Pekka. I'm British by passport, so I have an issue with Pekka's Vatnik soup. There's one thing he missed, which is that Nigel Farage was in Lithuania and gave an interview and said that he was in the Baltic states in the 90s trading metal, and it was like the Wild West. Ha ha ha, he said. So the problem is that if you're in the Baltic states in the 90s trading metal, that metal comes from St. Petersburg, and it made Putin his first fortune. So Nigel Farage was fencing Putin's metal that he stole from the people of Russia. And I just say this at every opportunity because I haven't read this in any newspaper ever, but in Lithuania, he admitted it on national radio. So I'm just using this platform now to say, any Nigel Farage researchers out there, do some more digging. He admitted to helping Putin make a lot of money in St. Petersburg. And then he threw my country down the toilet, and now I'm in Lithuania, and I'm going to get Lithuanian citizenship because I don't need British citizenship anymore because Lithuania is a much better country. Everyone clap except the Brits. Okay, but now we have a special surprise, unannounced surprise. We're going to have an auction. We're going to see how much money we can raise. We have I think it's a scarf that's going to be given away. So please come up to the stage wherever where is the scarf? The magic scarf. Here we go. Come up and introduce yourselves. We're auctioning time. Whoop! So please explain who you are and where you're from.
I'm very nervous because I see lots of people. I'm from Ukraine, and maybe you know me. I'm Levi Brovichok on Twitter, and I take care of Ukrainian refugee teens club in Warsaw. So here I am today. And this is one of the teens, and I remember back in December, I asked her to create a NAFO scarf. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. And she did it, but also then, maybe 3 days before our meeting today, I asked another teen to make a drawing, to auction it. And all the funds will be divided, like 50% goes directly to the teens, and 50% goes just to buy some snacks for the teen club, because they eat really a lot. Like, I'm amazed myself. So I ask you, Anya, to show the scarf.
Yeah, what we're going to do now is we're going to auction the scarf, and then the other things will be online. We'll do a longer period auction. But for you today in the arena, we have possibly the best scarf I've ever seen.
And here you can see this is a print made on a fade, like protected from fading paper, something special, costed us a lot. And this is made by the teen who is from Donetsk region, from Touretsk. And she is in our club. And she has done it like, super quick. I don't know if you see how beautiful it is, but like we all...
Yeah, I can tell you, especially if you're watching online, these pixels are really nice. So we're going to save this and try and get more money online for the people online. And what we're going to do here right now live is auctioning the best scarf in the world. So do I hear a starting bid of 10 euros for the best scarf in the world? Raise your hand. Yes. 50. It's straight away to 50. Is that 100 at the back? 150 over there. I can't hear. Can I hear? Just let's go to 200. If you got 200. Wow, he was first, 200. Now what, 250? 300? 300? 888 and 88 cents. What can I say? Has anyone got 80,888 cents? No? Okay, so going once, 88.88. Okay, and if you're from Hong Kong, you've probably got the money as well somewhere. So I believe you. 888, 888, going twice, going 3 times, gone, sold to the gentleman, the best scarf in the world. Please. Accept your... yeah, we'll sort that out. We'll sort the money out later. Don't worry, Mr. Hong Kong. We believe you. You've got the money. Take your prize. Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. Check the NAFO website or the NAFO website, depending on how you want to type it into your keyboard. We were going to announce this on Twitter and on the website, and you can bid for this beautiful picture. So thank you very much, guys. You've just got another 900 euros for snacks for those hungry kids. That's brilliant. Thank you. Well, so after that unexpectedly amazing auction, now we're going to go to the last presentation of the day. I want to warn you that tomorrow we're having a brunch, but the wrong address is on the card because the restaurant has cancelled. So you will have to follow Discord, Telegram, Twitter, all of those kind of things to know where to go tomorrow. Just wanted to warn you about that. But now let's go to the last presentation. Let's finish this with a big high. We have Mr. Benjamin Tallis.
Everyone, this is a thrill, huh? Imagine they pulled it off. Congratulations to the whole organizing team and everyone who made this possible. Thank you. Let's have a big round of applause. It was especially kind of Mark to give me this last 3-hour slot to tell you about some of the basics of neo-idealism. So, just kidding. It's only an hour and a half. So yeah, I'm Benjamin Tallis, Senior Research Fellow at the German Council on Foreign Relations, and I've got to know many of you through Twitter over the last year, and I am so grateful, last 2 years I should say, so grateful for all of your support, encouragement, your inspiration and your work, because this last 18 months have changed so much, and they've changed so many of us. Russia's full-scale invasion, the war, and Ukraine's heroic resistance have had this wonderful clarifying effect. What's right and what's wrong, what matters and what doesn't, what we have to do and what we shouldn't. I know I've lost friends along the way, I'm sure you have too, but we've made new ones, and many of them are here. We've sought new ways to think and to act, and some of us have found them. No, Olaf Scholz, sorry, I'm not talking about you. You're still clinging to the recent past. This untenable neoliberal internationalist status quo as it was before the war. And while I think we'll give Emmanuel Macron's apparent change of heart and mind the benefit of the doubt, and make damn sure we hold his feet to the fire on this one, that's not who I'm talking about either. I'm talking about NAFO. Sorry, not sorry. And also about the people I call the neo-idealists, the new idealists in international politics. And sometimes they're one and the same, as we've seen on stage and on screen already today. The standard bearers for this new kind of geopolitics include Estonia's based Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas, who we heard from earlier, Sanna Marin, her erstwhile counterpart in Finland, Lithuania's marvelous Foreign Minister, Gabrielius Landsbergis, who kindly addressed us today, and his Czech counterpart, Jan Lipavsky, among others. And it's these leaders and their societies who've been in the vanguard of European resistance and responses to Russia's assault on Ukraine. They've committed staggering proportions of their GDP and defense spending to military assistance and assistance of other kinds. They led the way in supplying Ukraine with heavy weapons, and they were the first to formally support Ukraine's candidacy for EU membership, a priority for Ukraine's government in the middle of war to try and salvage hope from horror. Now they again lead. They lead the way on NATO membership for Ukraine, for which there is no alternative, and we must make that non-negotiable. And thankfully there's a few of us in the room who are working on that, and we'll be continuing to work on it at that other thing that's going on in town later in the week. At the head of the pack of the neo-idealists, though, is President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, who, channeling the courage and conviction of his people, I think has done most to pioneer the neo-idealist synthesis of morality and materiel, principle and progress. So what is this new idealism? It's a morally based, and putting the based in morally based, approach to geopolitics, grounded in the power of values conceived as ideals to strive for. Human rights and fundamental freedoms, societal and cultural liberalism, democratic governance, self-determination for democratic societies, and the rights of citizens in those societies to a hopeful future. Crucially, neo-idealists' proponents, the neo-idealists, see the struggle for these ideals and making progress towards them, not as luxuries to be set aside when hard-nosed interests come to call, but rather as interests in themselves, to be pursued as such. Spearheaded by Zelensky, Ukraine's government has, from the outset of the Russian full-scale invasion, leveraged its limited material resources by drawing on the courage of Ukrainians to appeal to the better instincts of democracies around the world. Citing moral principle after moral principle, we've seen Zelensky address people and parliaments around the world, reminding them of when they could relive the heroic moments of their history, but also confronting them with the times that they failed to do so. And so, by emphasizing that his country's fight is just one front in the wider struggle for democracy against tyranny, the wider struggle for freedom against oppression, for self-determination against imperial subjugation, Zelensky convinced people around the world that Ukraine's fight is their fight too. And I'm quite sure that's how many of us feel and what inspired us to get involved and to do more. The neo-idealist politicians have been clear about why they take such a tough and principled stance. Last year, on the 25th of April, when Kaja Kallas spoke in Berlin, she said, "It's important to do everything to help Ukraine in the name of defending freedom everywhere." At a time when Germany was dragging its feet, moving at, as I put it at the time, at the speed of shame, the then Latvian Deputy Prime Minister, Artis Pabriks, said, "Are we paying lip service to values and liberal democracy, or do we mean it?" Facing criticism from the audience, he stared them down and said, we are ready to die for freedom. Are you?" That quietened the question pretty quickly. This is in real contrast to some of those that Pekka was just speaking about a second ago, the so-called realists, about whom we've heard quite a lot in the last 2 years. John Mearsheimer, Stephen Walt, and again, in the last few days, Charles Kupchan. These so-called realists would be the first to sell Ukraine down the river. And this tells you all you need to know about that label. Realists are not realistic. I'm proud to say that in the last 2 years I've been called the anti-Mearsheimer, an anti-realist at a time when the idealists have been proven to be the most realistic. Ukraine's victory is not just about standing up for our values, it is about ruthlessly pursuing our interests. But this comes as a little surprise that the realists act as they do. They have a long tradition of smearing so-called woolly-headed pacifists or utopians as idealists. The influential realist historian E.H. Carr, an admirer of the Soviet Union, an advocate of appeasing Nazi Germany, quite some pedigree, did the most to propagate this myth. And later realists have found this a really useful straw man against which to contrast their supposedly clear-eyed views that they have. But it's the realists listed here who have been at the forefront of calls for negotiations with the Putin regime, despite his manifest unreliability and untrustworthiness as a negotiating partner. What's realistic about that? Thank you. Absolutely nothing. Let me hear you say it again. Thank you. And they're the ones who are in denial of Russian imperialism. Instead, the neo-idealists assert that democracies must freely choose which institutions and alliances to apply for membership for. In this way, they can join voluntary spheres of integration that stand in marked contrast to the spheres of influence that characterize imperialist and realist and Russian thinking. Neo-idealists firmly reject the kind of nonsense that we heard from Stephen Walt as far back as 2015, that the West should, quote, "do whatever it takes to convince Russia that we want Ukraine to be a neutral buffer state in perpetuity." They would firmly reject Emmanuel Macron's equivocation on Taiwan, but welcome his conversion to the cause of Ukraine's NATO membership. For neo-idealists, unlike realists, regime type matters a lot. It matters whether the state is a democracy or a dictatorship. And understanding whether they are a democracy or a dictatorship will be central to understanding their foreign policy and what kind of relations we should conduct with that state. Fellow democracies must be encouraged, engaged, and supported. Authoritarian and autocratic regimes should be shunned, isolated, and contained, and defeated when they step beyond their borders. Again, for neo-idealists, our values are our interests. But to defend them properly, we have to get our institutions right and get our priorities straight. Instead of fixating on liberal process, we need to focus on liberal outcomes. And that's a key way in which neo-idealism is different to something else you might have heard of called liberal internationalism. Neo-idealists see institutions, our international institutions, as means to liberal ends, not ends in themselves. UN's not working? Change it or bin it. EU not defending democracy, getting dragged in an illiberal direction, stuck in the past? Change it, drag it back on course, and kick out those who are holding you back. Jan Lipavsky, the Czech foreign minister, was absolutely clear on this when he said Hungary must choose its side, whether or not it belongs to the EU and to NATO. But he showed the converse, the other side as well, emphasizing our moral responsibility to help the people of Ukraine who want to be part of Western society. They want democratic elections, they want freedom of speech, and they want the prosperity that comes with them. As Ursula von der Leyen said, upturning 2 decades of EU policy in 2 sentences on the 27th of February last year, they are one of us and they belong with us. Some of those liberal internationalists have warned that pursuing this systemic competition, this competition of democracies against autocracies, and standing up for democracy, would require, quote, new ways of running exclusive rather than inclusive global clubs if we want to maintain an international rules-based system. Damn right. A neo-idealist should seize the chance to jettison or transform underperforming or outdated international institutions. And we need to be ruthless in assessing which part of the rules-based order serves democracy and freedom and which parts hinder it and should be ditched. The neo-idealist liberal stance is not limited to their own national interests, nor to European affairs. Jan Lipavsky has strongly supported Taiwan, which he sees as being bullied by China, because democracies in the world should hold together. Zana Marin was clear that trade or economics are not reasons to turn our eyes away from human rights abuses or the oppression of minorities. She was referring to China, let there be any doubt, or lest there be any doubt. Gabrielis Landsbergis, who we heard from today, has repeatedly spoken of staunchly defending democratic values and the need to contain Russia, but also was one of the first to publicly congratulate the then Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, on her visit to Taiwan last year. Lithuania's government went even further, allowing Taiwan to operate a representative office here in Vilnius in its own name and bearing the cost of China's economic retaliation, but showing that you can come out all the stronger for it. And this is a key feature of neo-idealists. They know the price of freedom, they know the costs of freedom and democracy, and they have shown they are willing to pay them. But our common challenge now is to turn those costs into investments. Investments in a better future. Investments in a better future for democratic states and free societies. And that's going to be tough. We have a lot to do, and we face a lot of critics along the way. Some of the critics say, isn't this neo-idealism just a warmed-up version of neoconservatism? Well, let me put that inaccuracy to rest right now. Neoconservatives sought to impose democracy by force. Neo-idealists rather seek to defend it where it's threatened and bolster it in its strongholds. If intervening in Iraq was a quintessential neoconservative endeavor, supporting Ukraine to the hilt to ensure its victory is a neo-idealist one. But also, neo-idealism isn't conservative. Jan Lipavsky at the Prague Pride Parade, Estonia legalizing gay marriage, Latvia having an openly gay president, and that's just one dimension of the liberal approach that these neo-idealists take. Crucially, they understand that defending democratic societies gives them the chance to deliver the benefits they promise and thus to become an attractive pole to be emulated by others. But to become such a beacon, neo-idealists see the pressing need to revitalize and reorganize our politics, our societies, and our economies to better share these benefits and thus make the superiority of freedom materially as well as morally tangible to more of our people. We need everyone on the same team. We need to bring people with us. To have resilient societies, you need everyone to have a society they can see their future in. And this is our challenge going ahead. It's going to take a lot, because while we're working on the geopolitical side of this, we also need to manage another triple transition. geoeconomic, technological, and ecological. But I'm convinced we can do this. We got this. Why? Because this commitment to restoring hope, living up to our ideals, and defending rights, freedoms, and democracy where they're threatened has taken hold far beyond the world of professional politicians and experts. You in this room are testimony to that. Thank you. And in the last part of these remarks, I really want to emphasize that. Ordinary Ukrainians could have surrendered. They could have surrendered to save bloodshed and accept the Russian yoke. Instead, they fought for freedom because they know that despite its huge cost, it is worth it. And in doing so, they inspired us. Casting off the cynicism, the hopelessness, and the helplessness that have bedeviled our democratic societies in recent years, citizens across the free world have stood up to be counted in the struggle against autocracy. We Europeans have started to overcome our continent's chronic struggle with the value of military means, in government, but also across our societies. People in Lithuania and Poland crowdfunded Bayraktar drones for Ukraine. Czechs banded together to deliver a tank named Tomáš, as well as a stack of other military kit to Ukraine. And it was in the Czech Republic that I was struck by the remarks of a woman who was protesting in the cold on the Wenceslas Square last autumn. She said she was willing to use her thickest blankets and heat only one room in her flat if necessary, to stand up for Ukraine and against anti-democratic fear-mongering. Rather than being afraid, she was angry at those in her country who were trying to undermine democracy and accommodate Russia. And this made her all the more determined to support Ukraine and stand up for democracy. And it's this shedding of fear that has been one of NAFO's biggest achievements. Who let those dogs out? We're rightly famous for fundraising, for chasing off Russian trolls, hounding Russian officials, and outcompeting disinformation by providing better information. More than that, NAFO has shown how to take back social media for democracy. Yet our true importance may be better still, and bigger still. We're funny. Well, you are. But no joke, as Minister Landsbergis said to us today. As one fella put it, the biggest win for NAFO is giving people the courage to push back on propaganda. Another said, before NAFO, I felt I was alone against a mass of trolls. I'm not alone now. As Sarunas eloquently put it earlier, there are more decent people in the world than assholes. We just need to connect them. And that's what NAFO helps to do. This is the silent majority, no longer silent because enough is enough. NAFO helps people stare down the worst among us, both within and without, recognizing that free people of the world will only be defeated if they don't stand up and unite against tyranny. Those are quotes from fellas, as is the following one. The middle ground view and the belief in social progress and justice has been restored. So when I say about this war, as I did at the beginning, changing us, changing how we carry ourselves and see ourselves, I often think what Christian Corson, who's known to many of you on Twitter, I'm sure, what he said last year when we spoke about this. He said, Ukrainians have introduced a new way of being European, and lots of people are thinking, I want to be just like them. They inspire us all to be braver, stronger, more principled, to stand straighter and confront the bully, to not be the mush that the Kremlin was counting on us being. Walking the talk is a key aspect of neo-idealism. We've seen this in Ukraine, not only on the battlefield, but on the social field, where the consolidation of Ukraine's civic nationhood across religious, ethnic, and linguistic divides has proceeded apace in the most horrifying of circumstances, where liberal values are put ahead of the game. Think of the transformation of the Azov battalion, gay Azov, praised by LGBTQ activists. That's something I didn't see coming a couple of years ago. And it's testament to what can be done if you want to. So yes, I think there is a new idealism at work in international politics. From the geopolitical to the level of the individual, the neo-idealists have opened the door to this better kind of geopolitics for liberal democracies. Because what they realized is that renewing liberalism at home by making our societies more inclusive and reviving the hope of progress goes hand in hand with bolstering liberal ordering internationally. And their efforts have been accompanied by popular action, including of the sort that we see today. By vigorously asserting that democracies need to collectively defend ourselves and double down on our liberal values in order to stand up to authoritarian regimes, the neo-idealists have shown how free societies can triumph in the competition against authoritarian regimes. There are challenges ahead. We need to align the sources of our security with the sources of our prosperity. Doing so will increase our resilience, but will also restore the hope of liberal progress and underpin democracy's claim to be materially as well as morally superior. Sharing those benefits that I mentioned, this is going to take a lot of political economic work, but we need to share them more equitably among our populations to build those resilient yet diverse and cohesive societies, with both the hard power to defend ourselves and the soft power to extend the free world. And we should be open to creating a fairer and more inclusive international order, but more inclusive cannot mean anything goes. Of course, we need the power to defend ourselves, but by rebooting our own societies, we create that power to bring in others, to not only make a world that is safe for democracy, but which fosters freedom and human flourishing. And in doing so, we cannot afford to compromise our values. So all this is going to need reform, investment, vision, and leadership, but it also needs the participation of people. People like you, people like us. And this is the task ahead of us. And it's one we engage in when getting our policy and our practice on Ukraine right. From NATO membership, effective security guarantees in the interim, to Ukraine's reconstruction. And as NAFO has shown, we can all play that part. We can all play our part. And it's a big one in influencing what happens on the front line in the fight or on our various home fronts, whether on social media or in the offline aspects of our lives. So I'll conclude by saying that rather than clinging to the inadequate models of the recent past that would merely hasten democracy's decline, neo-idealism shows us a path to a viable and hopeful future. Learning from Ukraine, we should take it. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much, man.
Available for questions in the bar afterwards.
Yes, straight to the bar for all the questions. We're going to wrap this up and go straight to the bar ourselves. So thanks once again, Benjamin. And we have another surprise. So please, surprise to the stage, please. Yeah, this is like the world's biggest and most famous cartoon dog movement of all history. So we couldn't finish this without an actual dog. Please welcome to the stage, Ziga. What have you got to auction off for us, Ira?
So I have this bag, and maybe some of you who are here might know what's inside. Any ideas from the public?
Chopped up Russians.
Dead Russians. All right. I'll start with small things.
It's a meat cube.
Okay, first, you have a very nice patch here with this paw. So this is the original Zyga's paw patch. Many Ukrainian soldiers are wearing it. Then you have a bit of stickers, if you'd like it, but this is the main lot. So this is a pictured fella, like a real handmade painting of Alexei Reznikov fella. Who's Alexei Reznikov? Hope you know it. Don't you? All right. So the idea is that Mr. Reznikov, if you know it or you don't, is an official fella supporter. He even has his own fella featured. So we thought it would be nice to have him be the Minister of Defense, not only Ukrainian Minister of Defense, but to defend your house. Why not? So you can just put it inside your room. You can put it on top of your work table or just next to your bed so that he defends it. And the idea is you can win it now as a memory of this summit in Vilnius. It was painted by a Ukrainian painter from Ternopil who is doing it voluntarily for us. He just gave it to us. We asked her on Wednesday, I think, and I was leaving Friday morning, so she did it like in one day. A round of applause to her for doing it in one day. So the idea is that we are auctioning it now, and then any of you can sign this picture so that we have a memory of people who are at this summit. You can put your sign here, put whatever a sentence you want, a wish to the winner of the auction. But to do it, you will have to donate to Dzigas. You see this paw here. This is our charity fund. But first we will auction the picture, and we will know who is the winner of this cute painting.
Okay, so we have another auction. I mean, you might not be able to see it. You definitely can't see it on the internet. You might not be able to see it here, but this is hand-painted with, I don't know what sized brush, but I presume it's a 000. It's like, it's actually incredible. Like, you can read, like, Reznikov's name on his name tag. This is really cool. So, we're going to have another auction. And we're going to start this time, of course, at 100, because my 10 earlier on was like completely... 150 already! Let's go. 150. 250, I can hear. Raise your hands, please, so I can actually see. 250, nice one. That is Camel, says 250. 3, where's 3? Raise your hand. Thank you very much. Who's next? 300, come on, 300 for Resnick. 350? You are crazy. 500? That's amazing. Okay, 500. We have 500. So, sorry, did you say 70 million or 700? Let's call it 700, because you definitely don't have 70 million. What? 750. Okay, now we're moving. We're moving. I think we need 4 figures on this. I'm just feeling there should be some kind of 4 figures. 750. Do we have anything higher? We're a Hong Kong guy. Come on. 888. So in total, that's like 1666666. Like, okay.
So we are doing lotteries for these pictures, and we were recently doing one online, and it was sold out for 1,000 and a couple of hundred. So you need to bet it.
Okay, that's fighting talk. So we still don't have 4 figures. I don't know. Do I hear 1,000 in the room? Thank you. 1,000. This is turning into 1,000. I know. It's crazy. Okay, 1,000 is going once. Do I hear any more than 1,000? Going twice. Oh, it's going 3 times to Mr. Hong Kong, the star of the show. Thank you so much for your generosity. This is now yours. Dzigas, everybody. You can donate less than 1,000 if you want. Okay, thanks. Oh, brilliant. So you get a hug with the dog, you get the picture, everything's cool. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for all your work, and thank you for coming and giving the prize. Is this for me?
No,
oh, no.
This is for the Ukrainian Armed Forces. This is what we send to the front line every day. Enough to feed 20,000 troops per day, and this is our world-famous frontline kitchen borscht. We were meant to all be eating this today, but because of plans changing, none of you guys got to try this delicious borscht. But what it does mean is that someone does get to have it here in the crowd today. 100% goes straight. I was going to say to Frontline Kitchen, but I think we should send it all to Dzigas, because they are doing more than any of us to destroy as many Russians as possible. And us at Frontline Kitchen, of course, support that. So, another thing auctioned off for Dzigas. I'll let this magical man himself do the accounting, because I'm not good at that. Maybe we have another 88888 in the crowd. Okay, I'll pass it over to you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hong Kong, don't worry. I mean, there's no pressure, but we are doing another auction, but it's okay. I mean, you've done enough. It's like, it's nearly 2,000 euros. So everybody else for the Frontline Kitchen original borscht, which is super tasty. And this one we will start at 10. Let's have 10 for the borscht. Raise your hand, please. 50? Nice. More than 50. Do we have any more than 50 for this pack of borscht? 51. That is more than 50. Mathematics. 50. No, wait. No, 50, 51. 51. Do we have 60? Do we have bigger than 60? What? 100. Amazing. 3 figures. We have 100. Do I hear more than 100 for the classic borscht? Like, you could put this in a museum, basically, in 10 years' time. It's going to be really valuable, I think. So, yeah. A what? 150. Okay, 150. 150 already. The world's most expensive borscht per kilogram. More expensive than gold, caviar, and cannabis. 150. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 150. Thank you very much. Please come and accept your prize. There you go. This does actually look quite cool. So there you go. This is your... Oh, you have a special winner's treat. Oh, it's the patch. Yep, 150 going to Ziga's paw, so that's another 150. Well done, Ziga.
This is meant to be some kind of thing to show you what we do. You know,
It's just in your shopping bag.
Yeah, this all the way from Ukraine this morning with the lovely Luda. But anyway, enough of that. We'll get out of here.
Thank you very much. Keep doing what you do. Food is probably the most important thing for an army. So thank you very much. F-16s are nice too. Okay, I see Mr. Shark over here. It's time to wrap this part of the event up. It's been, I was going to say it's been crazy, but you're NAFO or NAFO, so everything is crazy. So it's been normal planning this event. It's been a pleasure working with the originators of NAFO. It's been amazing seeing how many tickets we sold on the first day from you guys when, to be honest, we didn't really know where the venue was at that point, but you still bought tickets and showed that you wanted to come. I have to tell you a little bit about the plans tomorrow. We're having a brunch in a mystery place. I don't know which place it's going to be in, so please check the Twitter and you'll find out where the mystery brunch is going to be. We're also, after brunch, we're going to go for a little walk because in Vilnius we have a square called Nemtsov Square and we have a street called Ukrainian Heroes Street. And number 1 Ukrainian Hero Street is the Russian Embassy. So we're going to have a little walk tomorrow and go and visit the Russian Embassy and show them what we think. We'll be taking Mr. Shark, of course. There's a big lake out front. So that's going to be fun. Check out the Twitter for that. Mr. Hong Kong is talking so loudly now I can't even hear myself. I mean, like, it's a lot of money too, but it doesn't buy the privilege of talking during the closing speech. Okay, so my closing words are very simple. I started working with Ukrainians on fundraising pretty much as soon as this bullshit hit the fan a long time ago. I think it was 9 years or something now. It's ridiculous. I started working with Ukrainians and I'm still working with Ukrainians because they are the most inspirational and the most strong and the most resilient people I've ever met, and I could almost cry saying the word Ukrainians. So please, a round of applause for the people of Ukraine. Be brave like Ukraine. I wish all people would be that brave. And I'm going to say thanks, fellas. Keep up the good work. 8 o'clock, we're starting the disco. 8 o'clock's the disco. Enjoy some food before then, and I'll see you later. Thank you very much.